Chapter 1834. The fundamental difference between a primordial Tao artifact and an ancient Tao artifact did not lie in the change in power. After all, as the number of Tao patterns increased, the change in power was very normal. The real fundamental difference lay in whether or not the primordial Tao artifact had a strong self-awareness. For thousands of years, many primordial Tao artifacts that were hidden in the deep mountains and wild forests had appeared. There had also been cases of lucky martial artists obtaining primordial Tao artifacts by chance. However, these lucky people were often not lucky. This was because most people's strength was not enough to control the primordial Tao artifacts. If the consciousness of the Tao spirit was stronger than the consciousness of the master, it would control the master and use the master's body to mix into the world. The Tao spirit did not have good and evil consciousness. It was extremely murderous. Therefore, every time a primordial Tao artifact appeared, it would basically cause a large number of casualties. In the end, a powerful person would appear to collect the primordial Tao artifact. Even if there was no master to control it, the primordial Tao artifact with the Tao spirit was still quite dangerous. Just like the stone and the pagoda in front of Long Chen, the appearance of the primordial Tao artifact brought a fatal crisis. Long Chen had only collected the treasures once. These two primordial Tao artifacts were like guardian gods. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Long Chen. Those who could really use the primordial Tao artifacts basically had to be at least in the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm. This was the basic standard for using the primordial Tao artifacts. Therefore, in every ancient city, there were not many primordial Tao artifacts with more than 100 Tao patterns. The middle-aged Tao artifacts were more common among the people. The ancient Tao artifacts were more common in the ancient cities of the gods' descendants. Only the number of primordial Tao artifacts in an ancient city reflected the comprehensive strength of an ancient city of the gods' descendants. Basically, those who could possess the primordial Tao artifacts not only had extraordinary strength, but also a high status. For example, Sue's island still did not have an primordial Tao artifact. Even if she did, she might not be able to control it. Of course, Long Chen did not expect himself to be able to obtain these two primordial Tao artifacts. Seeing that the other party was protecting the many Tao artifacts here, and that the terrifying power they displayed could definitely kill Long Chen in an instant, even the time dragon could not escape the eyes of the Tao spirit. At this moment, Long Chen made a prompt decision and fled. He had long since been prepared to move around the entrance of the tunnel, not daring to go too deep. When the two primordial Tao artifacts appeared, he immediately returned as fast as he could, and entered the entrance of the tunnel. The entire world shook, and the mountains shook. The two primordial Tao artifacts released a world-shaking might. Fortunately, Long Chen moved quickly, otherwise, he would have definitely died inside. The last thing he saw was the golden stone transforming into thousands of divine generals. They roared and charged at him. Every divine general had the combat strength of the reincarnation tribulation realm. The pagoda came pressing down, and one could vaguely see that there were countless souls imprisoned in the pagoda, and they were letting out mournful cries. If Long Chen was any slower, he would also become one of them. Just as he was about to escape, something rather strange happened. The god-slaying sword in his hand actually had its own power. It broke free from Long Chen's left hand and rushed into the world filled with Tao artifacts. With a crazed and greedy attitude, it went to meet the two terrifying primordial Tao artifacts. God-slaying sword. Long Chen stretched out his hand, but he was unable to grab it. This crazed god-slaying sword probably treated the two primordial Tao artifacts as its own food. However, the god-slaying sword had its own power. When Long Chen left that world, the entrance of the tunnel began to close, forming a new wall. It slowly closed, and it was probably going to be isolated forever. At this moment, Long Chen looked in shock at the world that had not completely closed. The god-slaying sword had undergone a huge change. Its body released billions of gray sword auras, and the devouring and killing sword auras combined to form a huge skeleton that was taller than the pagoda. It was completely shrouded in gray fog, and it was a terrifying skeleton that was completely formed by gray sword auras. It had the power to make Long Chen feel a fatal sense of danger. This is the real god-slaying sword. Long Chen could only see the back of the huge skeleton. The overwhelming killing aura and shocking power made him smile bitterly. He did not expect the god-slaying sword that had been following him all this time to be so terrifying. That huge killing skeleton was probably the Tao spirit of the god-slaying sword. The two divine swords on him were equally mysterious now. Would the final form of the God-slaying sword have 999 Dao patterns? To the God-slaying sword, any Dao artifact was its food. It was just that whether it could swallow them was a serious question. However, Long Chen could definitely see that it had been holding back for a long time in order to meet the primordial Dao artifacts. It had accumulated unlimited power, and at this moment, it was finally unleashed in a frenzy. In the world of the Dao artifact, the skeleton formed by the God-slaying sword's killing sword auras was engaged in an intense battle with the golden stone and pagoda. Everywhere it went, a large number of Dao artifacts and immortal essences were completely annihilated and turned to ashes. Long Chen had originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that the door had not completely closed to enter and snatch some Dao artifacts. However, seeing how terrifying the battle inside was, he thought better of it. He was already very lucky to be able to escape death after barging in this time. One could be greedy, but not too greedy. Otherwise, he would not end up well. The God-slaying sword's battle level was beyond what Long Chen could control. In an instant, gray sword aura filled the entire world. Countless Dao artifacts were destroyed. The two primordial Dao artifacts were destroyed one by one in front of the killing skeleton's sharp sword aura. The pagoda was also beginning to be pierced by the sword aura, becoming riddled with holes. It's so strong. Long Chen could not help but be speechless. The God-slaying sword was so terrifying when it did not unleash its power. If Su Zhan came at this time, he did not know if he would be killed directly. Of course, Long Chen guessed that the God-slaying sword could not maintain this state for too long. It must have accumulated power for a long time for a belief to form such a battle power. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was in a state of chaos. Finally, Long Chen heard two earth-shattering explosions. The explosions sounded like the screams of two living creatures before they died. It destroyed the two primordial Dao artifacts. Long Chen could not help but feel suffocated. This was too crazy. However, at this time, the newly formed wall was about to completely cover the door. It was impossible for Long Chen to destroy the wall here, because this was the god's relic. At the last moment before the door completely closed, the god-slaying sword lost all its halos and became an ordinary gray long sword. It landed at Long Chen's feet. At this time, the door happened to be closed. That world filled with treasures could be said to be completely isolated from Long Chen. This encounter could be said to be hair-raising. There were definitely more than two primordial Dao artifacts in this world. Just as the god-slaying sword was fighting, Long Chen could already feel a large number of similar existences awakening. His eyes immediately fell on the skull on the hilt. Unfortunately, the shiny skull still only had one eye. After devouring two primordial Dao artifacts, the god-slaying sword still did not reach the level of a primordial Dao artifact. However, it has formed a total of 83 Dao patterns. It has already surpassed the 8 major sky swords. The skull on the hilt had a total of 83 Dao patterns. Although there were not 100 of them, Long Chen was still scared out of his wits. Although the god-slaying sword had returned to its original state, he did not dare to touch it casually. This was because he was not sure if the god-slaying sword belonged to him anymore. The current god-slaying sword was definitely a divine weapon that was even more terrifying than the 8 major sky swords. After thinking for a long time, since it had obediently returned to his side, it should still be subservient to him. Therefore, without batting an eyelid, he stretched out his hand and used the power of nirvana to suck the god-slaying sword back into his hand. There was no change at all. Help me. Become a primordial Dao artifact. In his consciousness there was a call. This voice was mechanical and pale. It should be from the god-slaying sword. Long Chen connected this voice to the huge massacre skeleton. And then, Long Chen asked calmly, "I will fight with you for the rest of my life." After saying this, the god-slaying sword fell silent. It was as if its consciousness had blurred. However, at this moment, Long Chen realized that a terrifying force was surging towards the god-slaying sword. It was the power of 83 Dao patterns. This power could only be controlled by someone at the Yin-Yang rebirth realm. To him, it was undoubtedly terrifying. Lingxi had obtained the 8 major sky swords, but she had yet to completely control them. However, because the god-slaying sword had a Dao spirit, the killing power of the god-slaying sword would not affect Long Chen. Instead, it would be subservient to Long Chen. With the god-slaying sword in hand and the surging power, Long Chen suddenly could not estimate the level of his combat power. The current god-slaying sword was too terrifying. Long Chen felt as if he was holding a huge beast that was about to explode. He realized that he could probably kill a 9th-tier Nirvana Rebirth Realm warrior with a casual swing of the sword. Darkness, devouring, corrosion, killing. The 4 elements formed the god-slaying sword. In his mind, the god-slaying art became clearer and clearer. No matter how Long Chen asked, the god-slaying sword did not wake up again. He waved it a few times and then kept it. He had already set a goal in his mind. He wanted the god-slaying sword to become a primordial Dao artifact. He wanted to see how much the god-slaying sword would grow by then. It already had 83 Dao patterns. Only a primordial Dao treasure would be able to upgrade the god-slaying sword. In that case, where would he find an primordial Dao treasure? The world of treasures had been sealed and there was no way to enter. Long Chen looked around and said, "If that's the case, let's go to the Gate of Life and Death first. After experiencing a few extreme dangers, I think I have some ideas. More importantly, there are these things." In the world just now, he found more than 10 crystals that were completely formed by Nirvana spiritual chi. The endless power in these crystals came from the primordial era. They would probably be of great help to him and Lingxi. Moreover, no one would come to this tunnel. Therefore, Long Chen was extremely daring and occupied this place without permission. "Chen, what are you doing?" asked Lingxi sweetly as she came out of the God Nation. Chapter 1835. In the quiet tunnel, the carvings on the wall no longer showed any changes. Everything was silent. The only sound was probably the low, dreamy murmur. In this uninhabited world, they communicated with each other to their heart's content. Their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. They were all top-notch talents comparable to Emperor Rain, or even superior to him. Coupled with the Plain Maiden's way of balancing yin and yang, as well as the primordial crystals obtained from the treasure space, it was not surprising that they had made such great progress. Especially after the 80% of divine blood in Lingxi's body was awakened, the power of the Plain Girl seal was many times stronger. The scene of entanglement with her could be said to be earth-shattering. A large amount of Nirvana spiritual chi was swallowed and cleansed their bodies. In the charming clouds and mist, the majestic body of the divine dragon and the delicate but tough snow-white body were faintly discernible. It was so gentle that it made people feel numb. Time passed gradually during the long cultivation. In the blink of an eye, thanks to the terrifying effects of the pure goddess blood and the unprecedented double ancestral dragon body, Long Chen, who had become her husband, the timing, the location, and the people, immediately displayed a heaven-defying effect. Lingxi's power skyrocketed, and in just a short month, she broke through the Big Dipper divine curse, just like Long Chen. The strength of her Tiangang God mantra was only 1/5 of Long Chen's. In the blink of an eye, even Lingxi reached the 8th Nirvana Tribulation Realm. With her terrifying boiling divine blood, the Plain Girl seal, the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, and the 8 heavenly swords, few people under the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm could be her match. During this process, with the help of the primordial crystals, they didn't have to worry about the Nirvana spiritual chi at all. Long Chen's cultivation also soared, and he was getting closer and closer to the Gate of Life and Death. Of course, as the two of them continued to cultivate, 1 month passed, 2 months passed, and Lingxi also began to approach the level of the Gate of Life and Death, reaching the late stage of the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Back then, Su Yuyao's realm was only slightly inferior to Long Chen, who was about to break through. At this rate, with the help of Long Chen and the primordial crystal, she would probably be able to break through the Gate of Life and Death within a year. 3 months later, Long Chen welcomed the Gate of Life and Death. In the Gate of Life and Death, if it wasn't death, then it would be life. He was the ancestral dragon, and every Nirvana tribulation he went through was much more terrifying than others. Long Chen did not dare to be careless when the Gate of Life and Death descended this time, because no matter what, the Gate of Life and Death was the strongest of the 9 Nirvana tribulations. In order to face the Gate of Life and Death, Long Chen had already made preparations. This year would definitely be the time for him to expand his strength. The transformation of the god-slaying sword had given him endless combat power. If he were to cross the Gate of Life and Death, he would possess the strength of the 9 tiers of Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Although he was only in the 6 tiers of Nirvana Tribulation Realm, in terms of combat power, he would definitely be very terrifying. He might be able to kill a Rebirth Realm martial artist in one move, which was the level of the Wind Dragon Stream Master. Lingxi hid far away. She wasn't worried at all. She clasped her hands together, full of confidence in Long Chen. Long Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the nirvana tribulation to descend. At that moment, everything seemed to be silent. Long Chen was immersed in a strange world. He felt the scenery around him changing rapidly. He seemed to be far away from other worlds and was in a chaotic state. At this moment, he opened his eyes and saw a giant gate in front of him. The gate covered the sky and the sun, and the top couldn't be seen. This gate was burning with blood-yellow flames. However, it wasn't real flames, but the fire of nirvana rebirth. A vast pressure descended, and Long Chen stood in front of the gate of life and death like an ant. The vast gate of life and death was filled with this blood-yellow flame. It burned fiercely, bringing with it an extreme destructive power. At this moment, a loud voice came from the endless sky. Once you enter the gate of life and death, you don't care about life and death. Once you enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will never be able to rise again. These loud and clear voices were like iron hammers smashing into Long Chen's head, causing him to have a splitting headache. When he raised his head again, the gate of life and death was like a monster that covered the sky. It was currently opening its huge mouth, waiting for him. This was a terrifying monster. Its name was Reincarnation. The gate of life and death, or rather, the gate of reincarnation. At this stage, it was already the last stage of nirvana rebirth, in preparation for the upcoming rebirth tribulations. However, the nirvana flame was too terrifying. If one's strength wasn't enough, he would be burned to ashes after entering the gate of life and death. Everyone has entered the cycle of reincarnation. What do I have to fear? At this moment, Long Chen let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. He suddenly transformed into a giant blood-colored divine dragon, and blood-colored mist filled the air. The sky was filled with killing intent. With his huge divine dragon body, he swallowed the clouds and breathed out mist. With a majestic aura, he charged towards the gate of life and death. On his body, the spirit refinement flame burned, colliding with the last nirvana rebirth flame, instantly causing a terrifying explosion. Long Chen realized that there was a huge resistance on his body, preventing him from moving forward. Even the nirvana rebirth flame had entered his divine dragon body, starting to burn his dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon flesh and dragon bones. Under this kind of burning, he was definitely facing the danger of death. The physical body that he was so proud of was breaking apart inch by inch. He was enduring terrifying pain, and this was undoubtedly a huge test for him. No matter how difficult nirvana is, no matter how bitter the cycle of reincarnation is, how can it trap me, the son of the ancestral dragon? At this moment, Long Chen clenched his teeth and let out the craziest and most terrifying roar. His willpower had always been the best in the world. In the face of such a degree of destruction, everyone would lay down their arms and surrender, but he wouldn't. He had too many beliefs in his heart. He wanted to protect the two women, and he wanted to clear the name of his father who gave him everything. There was too much unwillingness in his heart, and that unwillingness came from his bloodline. How can the heavenly Tao destroy me? Boom. The will of the ancestral dragon. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't defeat it. The flesh and bones that were destroyed by the nirvana rebirth flame were reborn in the gate of life and death. This was the last nirvana rebirth. At the same time of rebirth, there was a huge change in his strength. An ancestral dragon was gradually growing and awakening. Boom boom boom. The nirvana flame of the gate of life and death had completely surrounded Long Chen. The terrifying power was still preventing him from moving forward. However, all of this couldn't defeat a person with faith. He ignored pain and pressure. There was only one thought in his blood-red eyes, and that was to move forward, move forward, move forward. Only charging forward. Bang bang bang. Under his crazy charging force, that power couldn't stop him at all and started to collapse. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The gate of life and death also started to collapse, turning into nirvana force that filled the sky for him to absorb, becoming the foundation of his strength. When all the power was defeated by Long Chen, the fire of nirvana rebirth finally yielded, allowing him, who was riddled with holes, to be reborn once again. The endless power of nirvana gave him a new round of terrifying growth. He was getting stronger, infinitely stronger. Finally, he had crossed the boundary of the gate of life and death. In Lingxi's eyes, the man who was enveloped by the blood-yellow flames had finally engulfed the flames. His entire body was enveloped in a blood-red light. In the light, there were billions of divine dragons, roaring around him. They were unyielding, and their fighting spirit was high. This was a new hope. The entire world was collapsing rapidly. In the end, it gathered in Long Chen's body. His power swirled in his body, and the final form of nirvana force was incomparably solid. Although Long Chen's physical body wasn't big, the power in his body was like the sea, surging endlessly. The endless power grew exponentially, and finally, it was under his complete control. Success. His eyes shone with endless fighting spirit. Even the gate of life and death couldn't do anything to him. The tunnel gradually regained its silence. Long Chen eased the energy in his body and raised his head to look. The girl who was breathtakingly beautiful even in the darkness was staring at him without blinking. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. This was the most beautiful gaze Long Chen had ever seen. It was filled with expectation and confidence, as well as gentle worry. He flashed and hugged Lingxi in his arms. He whispered in her ear. "What are you worried about? It's only at this level. How could it be difficult for me?" Lingxi pinched his nose. "You only know how to boast. Humph. What are you going to do next?" After passing through the gate of life and death, it would be a little difficult to reach the next realm in a short period of time. When he reached the gate of life and death, Long Chen had another doubt in his heart. What was his next realm? When an ordinary person reached the gate of life and death, they would already be in the 9th stage of Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and the next realm would be the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. But Long Chen wondered if his next realm would be the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Probably not. Probably only one person could answer this question, Xueqi, who was already in the 9th stage of Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He was a divine dragon, but he had yet to reach the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. That meant that Long Chen's next realm wouldn't be the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. What would it be? An even more terrifying Nirvana Tribulation. Thus he said, "We've already been here for 3 months. Let's go out and take a look. I'll also ask Xueqi a question. If you have time, you can ponder about the ethereal immortal sect, while I'll study the Slaughter Dao and Time Dao." Okay. Lingxi nodded her head obediently. After 3 months, the two of them came out of the tunnel for the first time. The 9-colored mist was still lingering outside. No one dared to pass through the battlefield of the gods. They followed the path back to the Blue Stone Plaza where the divine spiritual rain had fallen. The disciples were still welcoming the divine spiritual rain, but some of them had changed. Most of them didn't move. A small portion of them were undergoing their tribulations. There were also a few who had entered a mysterious state. Their eyes were closed, and their expressions were changing rapidly. Their bodies were covered in a mysterious color. That was the power of reincarnation. They were undergoing their reincarnation tribulations. Chapter 1836. The faraway demon divine realm was peaceful. There were 108 divine beast residences in the demon divine realm. Among them, the Dream Fox God Estate was home to a large number of foxes. Among them, there were a few who had inherited the noble bloodline of the Dream Fox. These bloodlines occupied the best mountains and plains in the Dream Fox God Estate. They enjoyed the best treatment and had the strongest battle power, but their numbers were small. Among them, the 9-tailed heavenly fox possessed the noblest bloodline in the Fox clan. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan's battle prowess was outstanding. Most of the top experts in the Dream Fox clan came from the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Thus, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan had extremely high authority here. The area they occupied was called the Sky Fox Realm. 2 months ago, Mo Xiaolang followed Ruoxi to the Sky Fox Realm and settled down there. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Under Ruoxi's guidance, Mo Xiaolang had devoured the divine fire and crossed the gate of life and death to reach the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Because of Ruoxi, his reputation gradually spread in the Sky Fox realm. What attracted the most attention wasn't his talent, but the half-demon accompanying him. For the Yao race, it was inappropriate for a half-demon to enter the noble Sky Fox realm. However, Ruoxi's authority was overwhelming and she had a noble status. She treated the two of them as her younger siblings, and she had even warned the others about it. So basically, no one dared to say anything and just turned a blind eye to it. One day, Mo Xiaolang was communicating with Long Chen through star talismans. Long Chen was cultivating in the martial god Tomb's tunnels, preparing to attack the gate of life and death. At this time, Ruoxi arrived. She smiled sweetly and said, "I've already told my friends from the spirit race about your brother. He will be out of danger in a year. Ruoxi is a good person. Mo Xiaolong's impression of her improved a lot, he said. Thank you very much, Ruoxi Jejia. The fox girl shook her sexy buttocks as she walked in front of Mo Xiaolang. She first teased him and then said, There is a small task that has been given to me. I have to go out for some time. While I'm not here, you have to learn how to get along with people. Be a bit more well-behaved. I will be back soon. You will eventually have to integrate into the monster race, so I can't follow you everywhere. You're leaving. Mo Xiaolang frowned slightly. To be honest, it was not easy for him to get along with the others. It was mostly because of Xueqi. Don't worry. I've told these little bastards that they won't cause trouble for you because of Xueqi. Ruoxi promised. All right. Mo Xiaolang nodded. After chatting for a while longer, Ruoxi left. Mo Xiaolang looked at the land of the monster race. It was peaceful, but there would always be a storm. I heard her say that the next realm will be very strange. Tai Chi divinity, what is that? Whatever, once I cross this Tai Chi divinity, I will be able to break through to the reincarnation realm. I need power. He needed endless power so that he would have the qualifications to rise in the vast monster race. Big Brother is even more troublesome. He has to cross 3 strange realms before he can break through to the reincarnation realm. Battlefield of the Gods. Martial God Tomb. Long Chen discovered that there were traces of fighting in the surroundings. It seemed that even though they were bathing in the divine spirit rain, they were still fighting. But what were they fighting over? No one dared to touch those who were undergoing the divine spirit rain. Long Chen once heard that when one was bathing in the divine spirit rain, a Tao artifact would appear. Just as he was thinking about this matter, above the martial god tomb, a Tao artifact was tossed out. As the divine spirit rain landed on the ground, the Su clan's disciples that were still conscious were in an uproar. However, when they saw that this Tao artifact only had 30 Tao patterns, there were very few people fighting over it. Long Chen finally understood. This Tao artifact probably came from that space filled with treasures. The martial god tomb was very strange. Be it the divine spirit rain or the world filled with treasures, they were all very mysterious. Among the Su family disciples, there were a few late-phase Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivators who were actually undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. It was unknown how many people would be able to experience their own reincarnation in the 100 reincarnations and not lose themselves. What surprised Long Chen was that Su Mu Chen was not among them. He had yet to touch the reincarnation tribulation realm. Not only did he not touch the reincarnation tribulation realm, but he was also in pain as he was alone in the corner. His eyes were tightly shut and his fists were clenched. His body was trembling and there was a black mist surrounding him. The mist turned into a demon and accompanied him. The aura of a demonic dragon was released without a doubt. Long Chen walked near Su Mu Chen, but there was no place for the divine spirit rain. Seeing that he was in pain, he said, "Rather than being anxious, why don't you come out and rest for a while before working hard again?" Su Mu Chen clearly saw that everyone was undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. As the person with the highest chance of passing the reincarnation tribulation, he had been bathing in the divine spirit rain for 3 months, but there was still no effect. Perhaps he had something that he was obsessed with and was chasing after, so he was especially eager to become stronger. After hearing Long Chen's words, he woke up from the pain. He opened his eyes and looked around. In the end, he saw Long Chen outside of the divine spirit rain. Shortly after, he stood up and walked to Long Chen. He said, "You actually haven't bathed in the divine spirit rain yet." "I'm not interested in it," Long Chen said indifferently. "Oh." Su Mu Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for what you said just now. You're right. There's no use in being anxious. I came out to take a look and felt much more relaxed. It was too stifling in the divine spirit rain." "Can I ask you a question?" Long Chen straightforwardly stated his intention. "Please speak." Su Mu Chen was tall and burly. He was taller than Long Chen. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I've already passed the gate of life and death. You're also a super divine dragon, so I'd like to ask about the next realm." From the moment he mentioned the gate of life and death, Su Mu Chen already knew what he wanted to ask. It was a question that had troubled him in the past. Therefore, he said, "You won't encounter the reincarnation tribulation next. You're only at the 8th grade Nirvana tribulation. This cannot be concealed. You have to pass through the 9th grade Nirvana tribulation to face the reincarnation tribulation. I'm afraid that you've only passed through the 8th grade Nirvana tribulation, right? In reality, Long Chen had only passed through the 6th grade Nirvana tribulation. But he nodded his head, indicating that he agreed. Su Muchen said, "The next realm is very peculiar. Because there are too few super divine dragons, no one has named it. At that time, you will encounter a strange opponent formed by the heavens and earth. He calls himself the Tai Chi deity. He will fight with you, and if you can defeat him, you'll obtain the Tai Chi Nirvana energy. Just like me right now, this Nirvana energy is powerful enough to contend against the reincarnation energy. There are even many miraculous things about it. Until now, I still feel that it's a little unimaginable. But if you lose to the Tai Chi deity, you'll die." So that's how it is. Long Chen suddenly understood. He continued to ask, "How powerful is this Tai Chi deity?" Su Muchen said, "It's quite shocking. It's even more difficult than the Gate of Life and Death. I was almost killed." Although he had arranged a battle with Long Chen, he knew everything about this aspect. Su Muchen said it casually, but Long Chen had a rough idea of how difficult it was. The 18 tribulations were terrifying, and they were getting more and more terrifying. He was thinking, if the next level was the god of Tai Chi, then the level after that, and the level after that, what would the difference be? In this world, there had probably not been a dragon warrior of his level, so probably no one knew. However, the power of Tai Chi Nirvana could actually resist the power of reincarnation. It was obviously very powerful. Defeating the god of Tai Chi was probably about the same as an ordinary person passing through the 1 yuan reincarnation tribulation. Long Chen, since you've already stepped through the Gate of Life and Death, then according to our agreement, I'm afraid that we'll have to settle our grudges," Su Muchen suddenly said. Long Chen wasn't surprised. Even if he didn't like his two sisters, the blood feud was still hatred. He was already being a gentleman by letting Long Chen reach the Gate of Life and Death before fighting with Long Chen. Long Chen said, "It's not suitable here. Let's wait for another day. Aren't you going to enter the reincarnation tribulation realm?" He wasn't afraid of Su Muchen, but he wasn't willing to fight here. Although the Azure Stone Plaza was huge, the two of them were in their dragon forms. There were too many restrictions when fighting, and if someone accidentally charged into the 9-colored mist, it would be troublesome. "Sure, but I'm afraid that when I reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, you won't be my opponent." Su Muchen's tone was calm as he looked at the divine rain. "That might not be the case." Long Chen smiled indifferently. After a pause he said, "Moreover, whether you can reach the rebirth tribulation realm or not, whether you can survive or not, is still a problem. How can I let you look down on me?" Su Muchen said as he dived into the divine rain. He closed his eyes and focused on the reincarnation Tao. Their conversation attracted many people's attention. After all, Su Muchen was getting more and more important. Seeing that Long Chen didn't dare to fight, everyone had disdainful expressions on their faces. "If you don't dare to fight, then don't dare to fight. Why are you finding so many excuses? How embarrassing." Su Tianyuan sneered. Su Jiuyo knelt beside him and said, "That brat is just relying on a concealment method. Otherwise, Brother Mu Chen would have dealt with him long ago. There's no need for a fight. Judging from the looks of it, Yuji and Yu Yao probably died in his hands. This Long Chen. If he can't get rid of him, I won't accept it." Long Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the Bluestone Plaza. The god of Tai Chi was clearly still very far away. After he calmed down, he once again thought about what had happened to him when he was looking at the relief sculptures in the tunnel. That ancient beast might have brought me to a distant star system and seriously injured me to death. Then the Dragon Jade Dao Seal used the method of reversing the flow of time to defy the heavens and change my fate, bringing me back to life. Regardless of whether this happened or not, the method of reversing the flow of time is truly shocking. Back then, the third stage of the extreme cosmic finger time reversal had too little of an effect. After Long Chen obtained the body of a divine dragon, the extreme cosmic finger was completely ineffective. Only the mystical ability of the void cosmic dragon could have an effect on his physical body and primordial spirit. Chapter 1837. A long time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, many primordial Tao artifacts and primordial immortal essences appeared. To the disciples of the Su family, These were bestowed to them by their ancestors. They were sacred items. Even if they were inferior, they had to keep them and worship them. Not to mention, most of the primordial Dao artifacts were very good. There was even an primordial Dao artifact with 70 Dao patterns. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo fought for a long time. In the end, Su Jiuyo got it first. A primordial Dao artifact with 70 Dao patterns was not an ordinary item for them. During this time, Su Mu Chen was still focused on his cultivation, but he still did not come into contact with the reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 4 disciples undergoing the tribulation. 3 of them were still going through it, while the last one had already suffered a backlash from the reincarnation tribulation. He lost himself and died in the reincarnation tribulation. The onlookers were terrified. Even though they had done sufficient training and were in front of their ancestors' tombs, if their minds were not mature, their wills were not strong enough, and they were not strong enough, they would not be able to escape death. Therefore, Long Chen understood that even Su Mu Chen could not guarantee that he could enter the reincarnation tribulation realm. His target should be the 5 great dragon cities. Long Chen pondered. During this period of time, Long Chen was immersed in his cultivation of time reversal. His mind was constantly replaying the scene from back then. The scene became clearer and clearer. It was so clear that after he died, every scene of how he survived seemed to be replaying in his mind. That terrifying giant starry sky beast was like a chrysalis, still existing in Long Chen's mind. He had cultivated the extreme cosmic finger before, so he roughly knew what time reversal felt like. Back then, he had comprehended time reversal while fighting with his father-in-law, the Lingwu sword master. Just like now, he still felt that something was missing. Time reversal is one of the attributes of time. In the inheritance of the void cosmic dragon, there must be a connate Dao art that matches this attribute. What exactly is the connate Dao art that allows me to instantly recover and return to the underground tunnel? Somehow he seemed to know, but it was very vague and he could not understand it. But he was not in a hurry. He stood up and paced back and forth, pondering. On the other side, Lingxi was also cultivating the legacy of the misty immortal sect. Due to her outstanding comprehension power, she had gradually mastered 6 heavenly swords. As long as she crossed the gate of life and death, she would be able to control 8 heavenly swords. Everything was peaceful. Whoosh! At that instant, another Dao weapon came out of the martial god tomb and floated in Long Chen's direction, which was outside the reign of gods. Every time a Dao artifact descended, it would cause the Su family's disciples to feel nervous. This time was no exception. This was a purple long sword. At first, it did not attract anyone's attention because this purple long sword looked ordinary. It should not be an ancient Dao artifact with many Dao patterns. Everyone subconsciously searched for the Dao pattern of a purple long sword. This purple long sword was very simple. Only the hilt of the sword was engraved with a complicated purple rose that was faintly glowing. Everyone had overlooked this at first, so someone asked in confusion, "Why doesn't this sword even have a Dao pattern?" "No, the flower is a Dao pattern." No one knew who said it, but there was a commotion because they saw that the purple rose was formed by densely packed lines. If the flower was a Dao pattern, then this sword had at least 80 Dao patterns. It might even be a primordial Dao artifact. Long Chen was also attracted by this sword. The 2 primordial Dao artifacts that he had seen were rather terrifying, so he did not pay much attention to it at first. However, the commotion of the god-slaying sword reminded him. He took a closer look and saw that the purple rose had exactly 100 Dao patterns. Primordial Dao artifact. No wonder the god-slaying sword would make such a commotion. This was too much of a coincidence. Even a primordial Dao artifact had appeared. Generally speaking, the probability of an primordial Dao artifact appearing was rather low. At least every 3 or 4 times the battlefield of the gods opened, only one primordial Dao artifact would appear in the 72 divine descendants' ancient cities. In fact, the martial god ancient city had only appeared once or twice since ancient times. But this time, when Long Chen came, it actually appeared. Long Chen guessed that this must have something to do with him disrupting the order of the treasure space. Under the chaos, the primordial Dao artifact buried at the bottom was more likely to appear. The god-slaying sword urgently needed to devour a primordial Dao artifact and transform into a true primordial Dao artifact. Therefore, after counting the 100 Dao patterns, Long Chen completely threw time reversal to the back of his mind. His only goal was to obtain this primordial Dao artifact. This primordial Dao artifact was probably still in a deep slumber. The Tao spirit had not awakened, so it appeared ordinary. Once it awakened, it would probably display astonishing power. Even if Long Chen crossed the door of life and death, he might not be able to control it. While the Tao spirit had not awakened, he would snatch it and feed it to the god-slaying sword. At the same time, Su Tianyuan and the others from the Su family also realized that this purple sword was a primordial Tao artifact. They naturally could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and cried out involuntarily. 100 Tao patterns, a primordial Tao artifact that is tens of millions of years old. Oh my god! As soon as this was said, everyone was boiling with excitement. Apart from those who were undergoing their tribulations, the others stood up from their kneeling positions and looked over with fiery eyes. Among them were Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, the two reincarnation tribulation realm experts, and Su Xueqi, who had yet to undergo his tribulation. Long Chen was the closest to the purple sword. However, he understood that if he did not deal with this Su family disciple, he would not be able to snatch this purple sword with peace of mind. One must know that an primordial Tao artifact was not something that could be easily taken away. Once it awakened, the god nation would probably be destroyed by it. Ding! With a crisp sound, the purple sword stabbed into the bluestone square. The bluestone square was built during the Divine Spirit era and was extremely hard. However, the purple sword could directly stab at least 20 centimeters into it. After a short period of shock in the next moment, everyone forgot the difference between themselves and the primordial Tao artifact and rushed over. The ones who rushed the most were the disciples who were the heaviest. Su Tianyuan and the others were still behind. The primordial Tao artifact's Tao spirit has not awakened yet. Your strength has not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. If you touch the primordial Tao artifact, you will definitely die. Don't be blinded by treasures. Su Tianyuan did not bat an eyelid and shouted loudly. That's right. If anyone rashly awakens the primordial Tao artifact's Tao spirit, I'm afraid you will not have the strength to protect yourselves. Do you want all the disciples of the martial god ancient city to die here? These words scared the hot-headed disciples. They all stopped in their tracks and broke out in a cold sweat. Big brother Tianyuan, big brother Jiuyo, what do you think we should do? Everyone was very unwilling. Their eyes were anxiously looking at the purple sword. Su Tianyuan said, "We are all brothers and sisters. Calm down first. The primordial Tao artifact is the common property of the martial god ancient city. No matter who obtains it, they will have to return it to Grandpa and let him distribute it. Therefore no one is thinking about it. But whoever obtains the primordial Tao artifact will definitely receive an unimaginable reward." Many disciples were still very tempted. Su Jiuyo laughed coldly and said, "That's right. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead and try. You are really a greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. You have not even reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, yet you dare to covet the primordial Tao artifact." When these words were said, all the disciples were frightened. "Step back. Let's do it." Su Tianyuan had to be strict with them. All the disciples could only step back obediently. At this moment, a tall man in black did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the purple sword. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo hurriedly chased after him and shouted in unison, "Su Xueqi, stop." Su Tianyuan said, "The primordial Tao artifact is very important. Don't act on your own. The three of us will work together." "That's right." Su Xueqi said calmly, "According to the ancestors' rules, anything obtained before entering the tomb is a gift from the ancestor. Even if it is the primordial Tao artifact, if I can control it, it will be mine. As the elder brothers, is it appropriate for you to fool your younger brothers and sisters?" When these words were said, Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo's faces alternated between green and red. "How dare you lie?" All the young disciples were ready to make a move again. Su Xueqi glanced at them coldly and said, "But they are right. You do not have the ability. You are simply seeking death." Even Su Xueqi would risk his life for the primordial Tao artifact. It should be known that if he had the primordial Tao artifact, even if he did not step into the reincarnation tribulation realm, he would almost have that level of combat power. The prerequisite was that he could control the purple sword. Su Xueqi looked at Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo and said, "Cut the crap. Let's fight. The final winner will obtain the primordial Tao artifact. Do you want to take turns or do you want to fight together?" He was usually quiet. In the martial god ancient city, his reputation was inferior to Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. However, when he displayed his true combat power, he was domineering and completely suppressed the two of them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person among the new generation in the martial god ancient city. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo looked at each other. As the elder brothers, they had their own pride. However, when they recalled how Su Mukan defeated Qin Bao Lai of the Skyfire Divine City, they still chose to fight together. At this moment, Long Chen attacked from the side and said, "It's so unfair to fight together. How about we fight after we finish them off?" The last sentence was directed at Su Mukan. He finally accepted the challenge. For the primordial Dao artifact, for the transformation of the god-slaying sword, Long Chen did not hesitate to fight with Su Mukan. The addition of Long Chen made the situation even more chaotic. Su Tianyuan looked at him coldly and said, "You only know how to dodge. What qualifications do you have to fight with us? If you have the guts, fight with us head-on." Su Jiuyo also sneered and said, "Wishful thinking. You are not a member of my Su clan, and you still want to take away the item bestowed by my Su clan's ancestor?" Black light circulated in Su Mukan's eyes. He seemed to be getting more and more excited. He clenched his fist and replied in a deep voice, "Okay." Chapter 1838. Su Mukan's attention towards Long Chen was akin to a slap to Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. They thought that since they were all from the Su clan, Su Mukan should work together to deal with Long Chen. However, they never expected that he wouldn't care about the two of them. After all, the two of them were Su Mukan's elder brothers. Su Mukan, if the primordial Dao artifact falls into the hands of others, you'll be condemned. Su Tianyuan sneered. Time was limited, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He hooked his finger at Su Tianyuan and said, "If you want to threaten others, you have to defeat me first. In my eyes, the two of you are just troublesome fellows." As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated towards the back. His cold and indifferent expression caused Su Tianyuan, who thought highly of himself, to tremble with anger. All these years, he could be said to have boundless glory, but he never expected that his status would actually undergo such a change after coming to the battlefield of gods. A random person from the lower world could actually bully him. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand. Back then, if it wasn't for my fifth aunt's strict order to not kill you, we wouldn't have been restrained. Today, there are no seniors here, so I'll let you have a taste of true reincarnation." Su Tianyuan did as he said. He tapped his feet and turned into a snow-white ray of light as he charged towards Long Chen. On the other side, Su Jiuyo was facing Su Mukan. He was in a difficult position and didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Long Chen stood on the spot and sighed. It had been nearly a year since he came to the eternal celestial domain. Back then, he was just a weak ant before the Wind Dragon Stream Lord. But today was his first time fighting a reincarnation tribulation stage expert. Su Tianyuan's aura was magnificent. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. In his eyes, there were 9 martial gods presiding over each eye, a total of 18 martial gods. The martial god will erupted like never before, and he even used seething god blood. In order to defeat Long Chen, he was going all out. The silhouettes of 18 martial gods appeared behind him, complementing the martial god mausoleum. It was as if he had already fused with the martial god mausoleum. After absorbing the divine rain for nearly 4 months, his reincarnation energy had also skyrocketed. Every movement he made could shake the earth and mountains. Buzz! The 3,000 golden reincarnation soldiers spread out, covering Su Tianyuan's figure. For a moment, the enemies covered the sky and covered the earth, following Su Tianyuan's powerful attacks. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Seal. Su Tianyuan rapidly formed hand seals. Reincarnation power gathered in his hands, forming a golden mark. This golden mark was trembling, and it seemed as if the space around it was going to crack. Clearly, it was filled with boundless power. The 3,000 reincarnation soldiers did the same. They formed a golden mark in their hands and attacked Long Chen. Crash! In order to defeat Long Chen, he had used all his trump cards. The young city lord of the martial god ancient city, Su Shang, had relied on this indestructible martial exalt seal technique to dominate the world. Within the seal, there was a primordial divine character. This was a Xiantian Dao technique left behind by a true martial god. It was not easy to cultivate it, especially when used with the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. Seeing this shocking scene, the faces of the Su family's disciples were filled with excitement. They did not like Long Chen in the first place. They wanted to see him defeated by the indestructible martial sovereign seal technique. Facing such a powerful attack, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that his opponent was not Su Tianyuan. He recalled the scene of Su Mu Chen defeating a reincarnation tribulation realm expert with a single move. At this moment, the god-slaying sword, which was shrouded in a cold gray aura, appeared in his hand. Long Chen held the sword hilt and his eyes fell on the 83 Dao patterns. He muttered, "You want to become an immemorial Dao artifact. You want to accompany me in battle. Let's see if you can live up to expectations today." After passing through the gate of life and death, he had accumulated too much power in his body. He needed to release it. Su Tianyuan, in Long Chen's eyes, he had already become Qin Bao Lai of the heavenly fire god city. Long Chen silently pointed the god-slaying sword at his opponent. When the god-slaying sword confirmed its target, it suddenly let out a shocking scream. Everyone seemed to be able to see a gray skeleton formed completely by gray sword chi appearing behind Long Chen. That might be the Grim Reaper. Anyway, no matter who saw this gray skeleton, they would feel their scalp go numb. Wordless art. With a wave of his hand, 81 streams of sword chi formed a unique trajectory and shot out. The god-slaying sword's power was majestic, but it was completely under Long Chen's control. The 81 streams of sword chi were much weaker than before. The 4-elemental death sword chi was terrifyingly fast. In a flash, it clashed with the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. The 3,000 reincarnation soldiers charged forward with the indestructible martial sovereign seal technique. They were majestic like heavenly soldiers and generals. However, when they came into contact with the death sword chi, they were all torn apart. Hiss hiss hiss. The terrifying gray sword chi instantly wiped out the death sword chi. Wherever it went, the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers were all destroyed. In front of the 83 Dao patterns, they had no resistance at all. The upgrade of the god-slaying sword had already resulted in such a terrifying improvement. When the 81 sword chi finally merged together and formed a giant gray sword, Su Tianyuan's eyes turned cold. The indestructible martial sovereign seal technique violently attacked. He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, forming a huge impact that deafened the disciples of the Su family. Exhausted your limited abilities. Without batting an eyelid, Long Chen waved his hand, and the huge gray sword collided with the immortal martial sovereign's imprint. Slaughter, death, and devouring. Layers upon layers of negative energy tore through the golden imprint like a devil, piercing through it. A long streak of light shot through Su Tianyuan's body. Even though he had the martial god's reincarnation body, he was still pierced by the god-slaying sword. If Long Chen hadn't stopped in the end, this sword would have taken his life. Su Tianyuan was defeated in one move. His body was stained with blood and he fell to the ground. When he saw this scene clearly, Long Chen inhaled a breath of cold air. His expression froze and he couldn't recover for a long time. No one went to help Su Tianyuan. They looked at Long Chen in shock. Their bodies turned cold and their scalps went numb. In their eyes, this cold youth was already equivalent to death. "Joyo, do you still want to fight?" Su Mukin said. If Su Joyo wasn't an idiot, he knew the difference between him and Su Mukin. Moreover, Long Chen had inexplicably become so powerful. Clearly, he could only choose to endure it. His eyes turned a few times and he said, "Su Mukin, you are a member of my Su family. If the primordial Dao artifact is taken away by others, we won't be able to explain it to the ancestors. You don't have to worry about that." Su Mu Chen had already made his preparations for battle. His eyes became exceptionally fiery as he finally saw an opponent that could make his blood boil. Everything about him was so similar to him. Fighting against such an opponent would simply make him go crazy. Su Joyo conserved his strength and saved Su Tianyuan. He brought him into the divine spiritual reign. Under the protection of the divine spiritual reign and the primordial immortal soul, Su Tianyuan's injuries didn't continue to worsen. However, he still needed a certain amount of time to recover. The god-slaying sword was a killing god weapon. Even simple injuries might not be easy to recover from. The Bluestone Plaza was very big. However, it seemed a little small for the two dragon martial artists. Su Joyo led the disciples to hide at the edge of the corner where the divine spiritual rain fell. As for Lingxi, she stood in another direction. Her snow-white dress fluttered and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Her eyes never left Long Chen. And between Long Chen and Su Mukin was the primordial Tao artifact that was still in a deep sleep, the purple long sword. The long sword was shrouded in purple mist. Seeing that Long Chen's god-slaying sword had become so powerful, Su Mukin was very puzzled. He took out the black halberd from before. With his tall figure, he was like a god of war in the night, mysterious and demonic. Long Chen's opponent had undoubtedly made his blood boil. Pitch-black dragon scales had already appeared on his body and covered his entire body, turning him into a killing machine in a short period of time. The unconcealable sharpness came from the primordial demonic dragon. Long Chen put down the god-slaying sword. His body was also covered with blood-colored dragon scales. If the primordial demonic dragon was said to be mysterious, then he was filled with murderous intent and was frightening. His sharpness was even above Su Mukin's. Su Mukin held the black halberd in his hand. The halberd was thick and 3 meters long. He introduced in a sonorous voice, "This is the black heavenly dragon halberd. It has a total of 72 Tao patterns. I obtained it in battle." Perhaps he wanted to know what Long Chen's Tao artifact was, so he took the initiative to introduce it. Long Chen was holding the Tao patterns, so they couldn't see them. Long Chen naturally wouldn't fall for this trick. He smiled and said, "Cut the crap. Let's go." Deal. Su Mukin was a righteous person. If the other party wasn't willing to say, he wouldn't pursue the matter. Before the battle, they both looked at the purple long sword. That was an primordial Tao artifact. Both of them were burning with passion. If Long Chen didn't have to create the god-slaying sword, just by holding the purple long sword in his hand, if he could control it, he would have reached the heavens in a single step. Whoever won would have reached the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they had no reason not to fight with their lives on the line. At the most peaceful moment, both of them began to fight crazily. The dragon form wasn't suitable for a place like the Bluestone Square. The 9-colored mist was too terrifying. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't use the divine dragon form to fight. Hua! 2 figures, one red and one black, clashed with a loud bang in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The gray long sword and the black heavenly dragon halberd clashed violently. Long Chen had the advantage in terms of physical strength and the terrifying god-slaying sword. However, Su Mukin had the Tai Chi Nirvana power. In terms of quality, both surpassed Long Chen. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Only then did Long Chen understand how shocking Su Mukin was. If not for the god-slaying sword's transformation, he wouldn't have been able to catch up to his opponent after entering the gate of life and death. Wherever the two of them went, the Bluestone Square exploded. Both of them were very careful. They didn't rush out of the Bluestone Square. Otherwise, the 9-colored mist would take their lives. After a short period of testing, a storm came crashing down. 21 p.m., 3 p.m. I'll inform you about the last time. Today's 10 p.m. was arranged as such. I've been preparing for this crazy update for a few days. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I wasn't able to complete it in advance. Today, I clenched my teeth and persevered for a long time. Although it was extremely tough and I've never done such hard work before, it's always a wonderful thing to have someone admire me. As of now, Dragon's Blood is already the 5th most popular fantasy novel on the internet. For a newcomer, this is very heaven-defying and unique. However, I want to continue working hard. This can't be my peak, right? Chapter 1839. This could be considered the most hot-blooded battle in Long Chen's history. The other party was barbaric, violent, and swift. Regardless of fighting style, it was similar to Long Chen, which made him feel that he had met his match. Under the situation where their fighting strength was on the same level, the two of them would be using divine abilities and Tao arts. Su Mukin's demonic aura wreaked havoc as a demonic dragon coiled around his body. Under the anticipation of the Su clan's disciples, his black sky dragon halberd forced Long Chen back time and time again. The Tai Chi Nirvana energy was extremely overbearing. When it was executed together with Su Mukin's Tao, it was truly frightening. At this moment, Su Mukin raised the black sky dragon halberd high up as he charged towards Long Chen. Every single step he took would cause the entire Azure Stone Plaza to tremble. On the black sky dragon halberd, a black vortex gradually formed. This was the attack that Xueqi had used against Qin Bao Lai. In that instant, the black vortex abruptly expanded. The vortex was like a huge mouth with millions of black demonic dragons shuttling in it, forming into a slaughter array as it pounced over. Seeing this shocking scene, the Su clan's disciples exclaimed. Even Su Joyo's face was pale. Unknowingly, Xueqi had pulled so much distance between them. Long Chen's figure was like a roaming dragon. From the start of the battle, he had not lost a single bit and had even gained the upper hand. Now that he had a rough grasp of Xueqi's strength, he would no longer be courteous. The god-slaying sword stood on his chest. His opponent's momentum was vast, but he did not budge. The god-slaying sword in his hand started to be covered in a layer of crimson long sword. Dense primordial slaughter runes wandered on it and a shocking killing aura was released. In a short period of time, he could completely confront his opponent. On the two sides of the Azure Stone Plaza, one side was filled with a torrential demonic aura, while the other side was covered in a bloody mist. Demonic devour the heavens and earth. Xueqi roared as the black sky dragon halberd slashed down. A black vortex swept towards Long Chen. In an instant, it looked like the end of the world. The vortex was like a huge mouth that was devouring Long Chen. Back then, Qin Bao Lai, who was at the reincarnation tribulation stage, was defeated by this move. But this time, Xueqi executed it with the black sky dragon halberd, so the power was even more shocking. Except, Long Chen made everyone see that he was even more terrifying. Hiss! The blood-colored sword Qi soared into the sky, and the immemorial slaughter runes formed a blood-colored divine dragon that coiled around the god-slaying sword. When the demon devouring heaven and earth descended, Long Chen used the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to slash through the sky. The blood-colored sword Qi immediately expanded to over 1,000 meters and slashed at the demon devouring heaven and earth. Rip! Sword Qi exploded, and the god-slaying sword tore the devouring heavens and earth into two with the momentum of tearing the sky apart. Wherever the blood-colored sword Qi went, countless demonic dragons were pierced through, howling miserably as they dissipated. For the first time, Su Chen's demonic energy was defeated. It was repelled by Long Chen's heavenly slaughtering blood sword, and it crashed into the range of the divine spiritual rain. This scene made everyone realize that Long Chen had also reached an unbelievable level. His combat prowess could only be higher than Su Chen's. The primordial Dao artifact was in danger, and almost everyone was on tenterhooks. Long Chen attacked again, and Su Chen resisted with 3,000 reincarnation soldiers, but he was killed by Long Chen one by one. The heaven-slaughtering blood sword from before was more than 10 times stronger than the one Long Chen had used before, but it still couldn't hurt his opponent. That was why Long Chen took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. He deeply realized that Su Chen was definitely not easy to deal with. Even at this moment, his eyes were still shrouded in the demonic fog, and his body released a large amount of demonic energy, proving that he still had a strong vitality. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-colored sword Qi tumbled everywhere. Both of them had already become crazy in the battle, and Su Chen's madness was not inferior to Long Chen's. He clashed with Long Chen with the black sky dragon halberd. His hands were already full of blood, but he frowned. In the next moment, Su Chen let out an angry roar that belonged to a dragon. As the sound wave swept out, he rushed over again. His whole body seemed to have transformed into a demonic dragon. In his eyes, tens of thousands of dragons surged and let out angry roars. Primordial demonic consciousness. Demonic consciousness. This was an attack on the spiritual level. Long Chen was suddenly immersed in a black world. This world was incomparably vast. He was shocked to find that there were tens of thousands of huge black demonic dragons around him. These demonic dragons moved like ghosts and flew around him. They let out some strange sounds from their mouths. They grew louder and louder, and in the end, it seemed like there were billions of flies buzzing around him. That sound was simply maddening. Swish! At this moment, countless demonic dragons rushed over. Long Chen attacked with the god-slaying sword, but he found that he could not stop these demonic dragons. They all entered his body and violently collided with his primordial spirit of the Void Universe Dragon. Primordial demonic consciousness. Primordial spirit attack. Long Chen laughed. The Void Universe Dragon let out an angry roar, and the demonic dragons that rushed into his body were all defeated and torn to pieces. In the eyes of the Void Universe Dragon, these tens of thousands of demonic dragons could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, the Lingxi sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. When the primordial demonic consciousness attacked again, the Lingxi sword formed a dense sword shadow, and all the demonic dragons were torn to pieces by the sword shadow. Break! Long Chen let out a roar. The Lingxi sword finally showed its power and killed tens of thousands of divine dragons. The sword pierced through this huge space. He believed that this would definitely cause serious damage to Su Mu Chen. It had to be said that this move of the primordial demonic consciousness was quite terrifying. This was the divine ability of the primordial demonic dragon. Probably not many people could withstand it. However, Long Chen's primordial spirit was the ancestor of all dragons, and it was extremely powerful. Rip. His field of vision became clear. At the moment when his field of vision widened, Long Chen was shocked to see a huge divine dragon that was thousands of meters long appear in front of him. This divine dragon was completely black and shrouded in a thick fog. The dragon scales on its body were orderly and mysterious, and its black eyes were like deep pools. Demonic aura swept around it. The most peculiar thing was that there were a total of 9 pairs of huge flesh wings on both sides of its ribs. They looked like bat wings, and although they looked rotten, they were, in fact, filled with demonic aura. Every pair of flesh wings was like the edge of a blade, and possessed terrifying attack power. If Su Mu Chen had not gone mad, he would not have revealed his divine dragon body at this moment. At the moment when Long Chen escaped from the primordial demonic consciousness, the huge black dragon claw of the primordial demonic dragon descended from the sky and slammed onto his head. At this crucial moment, Long Chen could only use the god-slaying sword to block it. However, the other party's attack was ferocious, and Long Chen was still sent flying. The terrifying power of the divine dragon body caused Long Chen's blood to boil, and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the martial god ancient city's Su family cheered. The huge body of the primordial demonic dragon coiled in the limestone plaza. Black fog spread out, and in a short period of time, all the areas that could be controlled were controlled by the demonic fog. Just when he hit Long Chen, the slender black dragon tail swept a black heavenly dragon halberd that was also thousands of meters long and slashed towards Long Chen. Do you think you're the only one with the divine dragon body? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the huge black heavenly dragon halberd. In the process of advancing, the blood-colored fog surged. In an instant, he transformed into a 600-meter-long primordial spiritual blood dragon. The incomparably tough slaughter dragon body hugged the other party's black heavenly dragon halberd with its dragon claws. The thick dragon tail swept over, whipping the primordial demonic dragon's body and pressing it to the ground. The primordial demonic dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. The dragon's scales on its body scattered, and blood splattered. In terms of physical strength, it was far from being Long Chen's match. It struggled with all its might, shaking off the killing machine of the divine dragon, Long Chen. Its 9 pairs of wings spread out, forming a black blade. The Tai Chi Nirvana power swept through its body, and the black heavenly dragon halberd was still under its control. It descended from the sky with bloodshot eyes, all for the sake of victory. From a certain perspective, it was someone very similar to Long Chen, just that their experiences were different. In terms of bloodline, the primordial blood spiritual dragon was rather superior. Although Su Mu Chen was powerful, his aura wasn't comparable to this miracle of slaughter. When he descended once again, the 2 dragons engaged in an extremely intense confrontation. Explosions rang out on the narrow bluestone plaza. The 2 dragons simply dazzled the eyes of the crowd. Only at this moment did they understand that the so-called descendants of deities were simply fragile tofu in front of this dragon martial artist. The sharp dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon tail, and even the rotten flesh wings were the most terrifying weapons. Naturally, Long Chen also knew how to use the god-slaying sword. In his dragon claws, the god-slaying sword instantly expanded from a small gray sword to 500 meters. The sharp blade surged with sword aura, and the torrential sword aura of death spread out. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with his dragon claws. Although he had the body of a divine dragon, he was still very familiar with it. Furthermore, he executed the eternal instant and other super abilities of the void cosmic dragon. Although his body wasn't as huge as Su Muken's, Long Chen was clearly more ferocious. The 2 dragons fought for a full 15 minutes before the primordial demonic dragon was completely defeated. Several pairs of its wings had been slashed by Long Chen, and its body was covered in blood and riddled with holes. Long Chen wasn't having it easy either, just that his injuries weren't as severe as his opponents. I didn't lose, Long Chen. Don't be too happy too early. Xueqi roared. Those with undefeatable beliefs were the most terrifying madmen, and Xueqi was the same. Despite his injuries, he didn't retreat in the slightest. The demonic aura around the primordial demonic dragon attacked once again. Devour the heavens and earth. This time, it was executed with the body of a divine dragon, and its fighting strength had increased by a lot. However, Long Chen executed the heavenly slaughter blood sword with the god-slaying sword once again. Under the body of a divine dragon, the heavenly slaughter blood sword was even more terrifying. It tore apart the huge black vortex once again, and the battle between the two even spread towards the direction of the martial god tomb. Break. Chapter 1840. Between the two of them, it could be said that Long Chen had a slight advantage over Xueqi. However, he had exhausted nearly all of his strength to defeat Xueqi. It was just that the two of them had completely lost their sense of propriety, causing Long Chen to carelessly send Xueqi into the nine-colored mist. When he realized that Xueqi was actually in the nine-colored mist, even he himself was stunned. The blood-colored Long Chen hovered together as he blankly stared at the nine-colored mist. The disciples of the Su clan were also dumbfounded. Although the battle was intense, they never imagined that a life-and-death battle would occur. Long Chen did not want to kill Xueqi. To him, Xueqi was an opponent worthy of his respect. What they wanted was to determine the victor, not to kill Xueqi. Therefore, he could not accept this outcome. His heart suddenly turned heavy. Even if he had obtained the purple longsword, he did not feel that extreme joy anymore. Boom! At this moment, something fell from the nine-colored mist. Long Chen was shocked to see that it was a complete set of black dragon bones. From the 9 pairs of wings, he could tell that it was definitely Xueqi's bones. Seeing the dragon bones, someone from the Su clan immediately cried. They never imagined that the 9-colored mist would be so terrifying. In just a short moment, it had completely corroded the body of the primordial demonic dragon. Long Chen knew that this would be the outcome if he was thrown into the 9-colored mist. Indeed, this was the land left behind by the ancestor. Truth be told, Long Chen felt deeply guilty in his heart. This was the first person that he felt guilty for killing. However, he was also helpless. This place was only so big, so it was normal for him to accidentally let Xueqi fall into it. Bastard! You actually killed Big Brother Mu Chan. Arg, you will be punished by my martial god ancient city, you damned thing. They all roared at the blood-colored dragon. Long Chen turned his head to look at them. A single gaze from this huge beast made everyone obediently shut their mouths. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom! The primordial origin demon dragon skeleton actually began to release an astonishing amount of demonic qi. The demonic qi gradually condensed into actual flesh and blood, dragon flesh, dragon tendons, dragon claws, dragon wings, and dragon scales. All of these slowly appeared, and finally, even the dragon's head was restored to its complete form. The primordial demonic dragon seemed to have experienced a new life. It had undergone a great transformation. At this moment, its body was filled with even more vitality than before, and its power was even more violent. Resurrection. This scene had everyone stunned. Just a moment ago, Xueqi had completely died. However, he had completely revived at this moment. Although he had yet to awaken, his vigorous vitality was already rather terrifying. Xueqi had died. Although he had died, he had been resurrected. Xueqi had been of Chen. He had died. He had been resurrected 9 times. But Chen of resurrection. Back then, he and Mo Xiaolang had worked together to kill the city lord of the tragic death 9 times before he truly died. Today, Xueqi had displayed the Tao of resurrection. What was even more terrifying was that after he resurrected, not only was his strength even more majestic, his injuries had also been completely healed. He had practically recovered to his most perfect state. He didn't die, he resurrected. This was the absolute truth. Everyone was immersed in a sluggish state. Bas! The primordial demonic dragon flapped its wings. Its huge eyes slowly opened, and when it saw Long Chen, it revealed an even more shocking fighting intent. Long Chen calmed himself down. You're a demon, you have 9 lives. Xueqi shook his head. I'm a dragon, so how can I be a demon? Resurrection is a divine ability that I comprehended after passing the Tai Chi deity realm. That also means that I have 2 lives, and one has already died. Tai Chi deity. Long Chen was dumbfounded. How could there be such a strange thing? Demons had 9 lives, and after passing the Tai Chi deity realm, he had 2 lives? Su Chen said, "When you reach this realm, you'll believe it. Furthermore, my 2 lives aren't like the 9 lives of demons. Instead, I only have 2 lives within a certain period of time. I've read through historical records, and this period of time is called the divine cycle. My divine cycle is 1 year. After 1 year, I'll have 2 lives again." Su Chen's words had a huge impact on Long Chen. The god of Tai Chi, this was a strange thing. Divine cycle, 2 lives. Then what would the 2 realms after Long Chen's divine cycle be like? Once he passed the Tai Chi deity realm, he'd have 2 lives. What did the divine cycle have to do with demons? Just as he was deep in thought, Su Chen turned his massive body and stood in the sky as he coldly said, "There's one more thing. My second life will be even more powerful. I lost to you before, but our battle hasn't ended yet." Murderous intent was revealed. Su Chen displayed such a strong murderous intent. He probably thought that Long Chen wanted to kill him on purpose. Although Long Chen didn't do it on purpose, there was no way to explain such things. The Su family's disciples held their breaths again. They never thought that the battle between the 2 beasts was not over yet. The primordial demonic dragon killed without hesitation. He, who had recovered to his perfect state, stirred up the wind and clouds. Demonic aura surged. With his clear mind, he wasn't a demon, but the path of rebirth was truly terrifying. The Nirvana tribulation realm was known as Nirvana rebirth. Could it be that only those with talents like the super divine dragon could have the ability to be reborn? While Long Chen was still thinking about this, Su Chen unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks in his primordial demonic dragon form. The 2 dragons clashed once again. Su Chen had already forgotten his morals for the sake of revenge. Although he had 2 lives, who would be willing to be killed once? As the primordial demonic dragon had become stronger, it was extremely difficult to defeat him again. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the outcome was basically a draw. This time, the battle was even more intense. Long Chen had used up all his tricks and caught the god-slaying sword. Only then did he barely manage to block his opponent. "Is that all you've got?" Su Chen, who had the upper hand in terms of strength, sneered. His huge body moved and his 9 pairs of wings spread out, tearing open wounds on Long Chen's body. "It's time to end this." Su Chen hovered above Long Chen's head and quickly formed a circle. Original Demon Realm. This was an even more terrifying innate Dao art. I used half of my strength to create the original Demon Realm. You sent me into the 9-colored mist, and I'll let you have a taste of it. If you can endure it, I'll admit defeat. Su Chen also felt angry in his heart. At this moment, he ignited half of his energy and quickly formed a translucent spherical membrane of light around Long Chen. The membrane of light was covered with black runes. It was as if hundreds of millions of demonic dragons were swimming around the spherical membrane of light. Long Chen seemed to have suffered the most terrifying imprisonment, causing him to be unable to move. The original Devil Realm was a kind of extremely high-level ceiling art. This execution had exhausted half of Su Chen's energy, and he was already exhausted after using it. "Go!" He controlled the original Demon Realm and flew towards the 9-colored mist with a cold expression. He wasn't someone without killing intent, but he felt that Long Chen was a pretty good opponent. Thus, he did not make a move. But this time, he was killed by Long Chen, which made him enraged. The terrifying original Demon Realm had restricted Long Chen's energy. The Crimson Dragon struggled in the original Demon Realm, but it was futile. Lingxi grew anxious, and just when she was about to make a move, the primordial demonic dragon noticed her and waved his hand. A small-scale original Demon Realm trapped Lingxi. "This is a battle between me and him, so don't interfere," Su Chen reminded. He had even restricted Lingxi's ability to speak. "This damnable thing." The spiritual refining flames blazed on Long Chen's body. If he was given a certain amount of time, he might be able to tear the original Demon Realm apart. But Su Chen was too quick. Before Long Chen could tear the original Demon Realm apart, Su Chen had already sent the original Demon Realm towards the 9-colored mist. Boom! Even if it was the original Demon Realm, when it came in contact with the 9-colored mist, it swiftly exploded and a powerful force pressed Long Chen into the mist. This was the most dangerous moment. Sensing Long Chen's approach, The nine-colored mist was like countless bugs that had caught the scent of food and pounced towards Long Chen. Spiritual refining flames. When his body was smashed into the mist, Long Chen remained calm and used the spiritual refining flames to protect himself. However, he was still a step too slow and the spiritual refining flames couldn't block the mist. Long Chen swiftly turned his body, but half of his tail was still entangled by the mist. Instantly, an indescribable pain assaulted him, causing Long Chen to shriek and twitch. Break! The spirit refinement flame surged and bombarded the nine-colored mist. Long Chen seized the opportunity to get rid of the mist and descended from the sky. Even so, at least 100 meters of his dragon tail was completely corroded by the nine-colored mist. When he was extremely close to it, Long Chen discovered that the nine-colored mist was actually composed of extremely tiny insects. However, their devouring ability was the most terrifying that Long Chen had ever seen. After losing such a large amount of flesh and blood, even Long Chen felt dizzy. He was completely unable to control his body and crashed onto the blue stone plaza. Blood splattered everywhere as he felt the world spinning around him. He had nearly lost all of his fighting strength. Although he didn't die, he was unable to fight against Su Mu Chen in his current state. It could also be said that he had already lost the battle against Su Mu Chen. Defeat. His vision blurred, as if Lingxi was also trapped in the original demon realm. However, Su Mu Chen did not target her. Chapter 1841. Defeat. Long Chen's consciousness was a little blurred. This word was actually very unfamiliar to him. Before the battle, he had not thought that he would lose to Su Muken, but he had not expected that his opponent would have 2 lives and the ability to be reborn. Coupled with the strange environment of the battlefield of the gods, he had lost. But whether it was for himself or for the god-slaying sword to become a primordial Dao artifact, this defeat made him very unwilling. Originally, his consciousness was blurry, but after hearing this word, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart, and his entire body became clear-headed. However, the more clear-headed he was, the more intense the pain of losing flesh and blood on his dragon tail became. Especially since there was a lot of nine-colored mist attached to his body and fell to the ground. Those tiny insects that could not be seen were still devouring his flesh and blood, bringing him the most fatal pain. It was a pain that made him tremble. Only by clenching his teeth could he persevere. The speed at which his body was recovering was not even faster than the speed at which the nine-colored mist was devouring him. If this continued, not only would he not be able to obtain the primordial Dao artifact, he would also likely die here. He could definitely tear the original Devil Realm apart, but unfortunately, he had encountered the nine-colored mist. He was unwilling. I'll take the primordial Dao artifact first, Su Muken said, and the huge dragon head moved towards the primordial Dao artifact. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he watched him approach the purple long sword. He watched as his injuries became more and more severe, and the pain was almost unbearable. This degree of pain reminded him of when he was still in the tunnel. At that time, he seemed to have moved a great distance to face the giant beast in the ancient star field. The giant beast had almost killed him, but he had completely recovered. That was the reversal of time. The current scene was so similar to that time. Lingxi was trapped. The primordial Dao artifact that was related to the evolution of the god-slaying sword was about to be taken away. He was seriously injured, and his injuries were even worsening. The many tribulations were so similar to the scene of impending death. He recalled the feeling of the reversal of time in his mind. Those vague places in the past matched well with his current state of mind. It made Long Chen's thoughts clear and smooth. In the blink of an eye, the Time Dao seal trembled slightly in his primordial spirit. A large amount of information was transmitted and poured into Long Chen's memory. Dream of the origin. The Time Dao seal from the illusionary bubble to the eternal instant, and then to the Time Dragon, were all miraculous Daos. Now Long Chen had finally expanded the extreme universal fingers time reversal and combined it with the Voidian Dragon's Dao technique to form a skill that could reverse the flow of time, which was this dream of the origin. The life-threatening pain, Lingxi's worry, and the humiliation of defeat made Long Chen's inner strength grow unprecedentedly. His fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger, and the flame in his body that had almost been extinguished started to burn fiercely at this moment, becoming more and more vigorous, more and more majestic, until a single spark started a prairie fire. Boom! At that moment, Long Chen seemed to have become the core of time. All he could do was change his own time. The endless river of time manifested before his eyes. Time covered up space and enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen transformed into a giant dragon that swam on the river of time. With a shocking will, he retreated and swam back towards the source. As he moved forward, his injuries healed. Buzz buzz. Everyone sensed Long Chen's strange movements and looked over. They discovered that Long Chen's body was emitting a special kind of ripple. Those ripples started to ripple in all directions. This was a kind of sovereign's time energy. When this energy was released, the 9-colored mist that was still attached to Long Chen's body was the first to be affected. The flesh and blood they had devoured were released. Countless tiny particles gathered on Long Chen's body. Among the 9-colored fog in the sky, a large amount of blood fog also spread out, enveloping the giant divine dragon's body. It was as if time was reversed. In the end, all the particles formed new flesh and blood on Long Chen's body. Time was still flowing, and Long Chen was still desperately reversing the flow of time. The power of Dream of the Origin swept through his body, producing a miraculous effect. The speed at which time was reversed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen returned to the state before he was smashed into the 9-colored fog. At that time he still had very strong combat strength. Dream of the Origin allowed Long Chen to break free from the pain and return to his powerful state. In fact, he could still swim back, but the more he swam, the more energy he would exhaust. The only thing that Dream of the Origin couldn't restore was his strength. So although Long Chen's body had recovered, he had exhausted a lot of his energy, which meant that Dream of the Origin was still within the heavenly Tao. But even so, compared to Su Mu Chen, who had exhausted half of his energy to unleash the Origin Demon Realm, he still held the advantage. After Dream of the Origin, Long Chen's massive dragon body quickly moved. In an instant, he was already in front of Su Mu Chen. At this moment, Su Mu Chen had already transformed into his human form. Long Chen also transformed into his human form. From the looks of it, his injuries had already recovered. This change made everyone even more startled. Dream of the Origin wasn't comparable to Su Mu Chen's Nirvana rebirth. After all, if Long Chen died, he wouldn't be able to execute Dream of the Origin. But that wasn't the case, since Su Mu Chen only had a second life. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would be able to swiftly recover. He's actually fully recovered. Su Tianyuan still hadn't fully recovered. At this moment, both Long Chen and Su Mu Chen were monstrous figures in their eyes, and they didn't dare to provoke them anymore. Within the original devil realm, Ling Shi, whose eyes were filled with hot tears, was finally crying and laughing at the same time. She had been worried sick just now. "Let her go first," Long Chen said in a low voice. "Sure." Su Mu Chen casually waved his hand and Ling Shi regained her freedom. At this moment, Su Mu Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "I can't believe that you can live a second time. Didn't you fail to defeat the Tai Chi deity? How can this be?" "I'm not dead, so it's different." Long Chen held onto the god-slaying sword and his fighting intent didn't decrease as he walked towards Su Mu Chen. The storm between them rose once again. Su Mu Chen sighed as he waved his hand. "All right, stop fighting. I'm not as good as you." Long Chen laughed and said, "You beat me half to death, and this is enough? I haven't fought enough yet." Su Mu Chen said, "I know what I'm doing. I've used the Origin Demon Realm and I'm at my wit's end. But you have an undying body. If I fight you again, I'll just be asking for a beating. Furthermore, I'm afraid I'll have to face the reincarnation tribulation soon, so I'm not in a good state to fight." Long Chen didn't expect that he would have such an encounter. To be honest, the reason why he could face the reincarnation tribulation was because of his intense battle with Long Chen. That was why he could have that final comprehension and attract the reincarnation tribulation. "You were able to recover today because of your methods. I have indeed lost. This primordial Tao treasure belongs to you. However, when I reach the Samsara realm, I will definitely leave you in the dust. When that time comes, I will get it back." Su Mu Chen walked around him and the purple long sword. He returned to the range of the divine spiritual rain and sat down cross-legged. Long Chen thought, when you reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, this primordial Tao artifact will become the god-slaying sword's poop. You can still take it back. However, this opponent who was originally evenly matched with him actually gained space to move forward with his help. This made Long Chen feel extremely conflicted. It seemed that he had helped him, but in fact, Su Mu Chen had also helped him comprehend the origin of dream, so they were even. Su Mu Chen had actually given up on the primordial Tao artifact. This caused the Su family's faces to turn pale. They were filled with grief and indignation. However, everyone knew that aside from Su Mu Chen, no one else was Long Chen's opponent. They could only watch as Long Chen approached the primordial Tao artifact. Let him have it for a while. When Mu Chen reaches the reincarnation tribulation realm, he'll get it back. Su Tianyuan said with a pale face. That's right. He won't be able to laugh for long. Mu Chen will take revenge and kill him. Su Joyo said with certainty. The demonic dragon, who was bathed in the divine spiritual rain, had a solemn expression. Long Chen had already walked in front of the purple long sword. The previous battle had caused such a huge commotion, but the purple long sword had not been awakened. It seemed that the long sword was in a deep slumber. This was a good thing. The god-slaying sword was extremely excited, because this was its hope to become a primordial Tao artifact. Long Chen first kept the god-slaying sword to prevent it from causing trouble here. Then, he gently touched the hilt of the purple long sword. There was no movement. The purple long sword was still in a deep slumber. On the purple rose, 100 Tao patterns emitted a gentle light. Long Chen gently held the purple long sword. He could not feel anything special about this primordial Tao artifact. It was much weaker than the stone and the pagoda. But this was also good. If it was such a crazy primordial Tao artifact, he would not be able to control it. He carefully took away the purple long sword and exchanged glances with Ling Shi. The two of them headed in the direction of the martial god's mausoleum. They wanted to recklessly destroy this primordial Tao artifact, so they naturally couldn't let the people of the Su clan see it. Where are you going? How dare you approach the Su family ancestral tomb? The Su family disciples stared at them angrily. Do you want to die? Long Chen threatened. Everyone retreated hurriedly. They wanted Su Mukin to help. But they saw that Su Mukin had already entered the state of undergoing the tribulation. If Long Chen wanted to kill them, no one could stop him. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Chen in fear. This insignificant young man in the martial god ancient city was actually so powerful after coming here. As such, Long Chen and Lingxi returned to the tunnel. The people from the martial god ancient city would not come here. Long Chen sealed the entrance of the tunnel and gently placed the purple long sword on the ground. He was already looking forward to it. Whether the god-slaying sword could become a primordial Tao artifact depended on whether it succeeded this time. In his hand, the god-slaying sword was already out. It was trembling with excitement. The single green eye shone with a greedy light. If Long Chen's eyes were sharp, he would notice that this greedy light was very similar to the monsters in the relief sculptures. But he did not notice it. Chapter 1842. You control me, and I will release the last of my power to defeat this broken moon. The deity-slaying sword sent out an extremely urgent thought. Okay. Long Chen first protected Lingxi and then prepared himself. He was also looking forward to seeing if the deity-slaying sword would become a primordial Tao artifact. He chose this tunnel because the walls here were terrifyingly hard, especially those reliefs. Even a primordial Tao artifact could not destroy them. They were extremely deep imprints. As long as Long Chen guarded the door, it would be difficult for the primordial Tao artifact, Broken Moon, to escape. Everything had been prepared. Long Chen held the deity-slaying sword tightly. At this moment, the deity-slaying sword released enough power to fight against the primordial Tao artifact. It once again became the same as when it defeated the two primordial Tao artifacts. The difference was that this time, Long Chen was controlling it. Its power and Long Chen's power could defeat the two primordial Tao artifacts before, let alone now. Long Chen felt like he was holding a huge beast. He could not control it at all. Only a little of the surging power of the deity-slaying sword rushed into his body and communicated with him. Just this little bit of power was almost beyond Long Chen's limit. Although he gritted his teeth, he still felt like his body was about to explode. You can try the power that belongs to me. The ancient and mechanical voice came from the deity-slaying sword. Long Chen waved it gently. Suddenly, thousands of death sword auras were brewing, ready to shoot out at any time. If he had controlled this power before, he could have killed Su Mukin in an instant. There was no need to fight so hard. However, the deity-slaying sword said that this was its last ability. It was prepared to deal with the primordial Tao artifact. The terrifying power was in the hands of Long Chen. Do it. At that moment, he held the deity-slaying sword in his hand and used the deity-slaying art. In an instant, he traversed a distance of more than 10 meters and landed beside the primordial Tao artifact, Shattered Moon. He slashed with the sword in his hand. Instantly, the deity-slaying sword, which contained a vast amount of power, struck the purple long sword. It was like a sleeping person being slashed by a knife. This kind of feeling would drive people crazy. This was the case for the primordial Tao treasure Shattered Moon. When the god-slaying sword slashed it and bit it, the Tao spirit of Shattered Moon completely woke up and let out a miserable cry. Purple clouds filled the air as a purple rose appeared on the broken moon. The rose gradually transformed into a purple-clothed youth who glared at Long Chen. That was a youth whose entire body was emitting purple light. He was only a Tao spirit and not a human. He picked up the primordial Tao artifact Broken Moon and scolded angrily. Who are you to dare disturb my Broken Moon's slumber? I'll grant you death. The wisdom of the Tao spirit was that simple. It was just that it had to do things on its own. In the end, it was not as good as the cooperation between Long Chen and the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword provided enough power to defeat Shattered Moon, while Long Chen provided battle experience and skills. Hiss. Without another word, Long Chen swung his sword and rushed towards the other party. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying sword slashed down again. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly used Shattered Moon to block. As the two swords clashed, there was a sharp sound of friction and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. The Lingxi sword appeared in his left hand and stabbed towards the purple-clothed youth. With two swords attacking, Shattered Moon was even more unable to block. Long Chen realized that the Lingxi sword targeted the primordial spirit, and Tao spirits were similar. The Lingxi sword's attack made his Tao spirit very wary. Controlling the power of the god-slaying sword that did not belong to him, Long Chen completely suppressed the primordial Tao treasure, especially with the convenience of the Lingxi sword. Relying on these two swords, Long Chen displayed an extraordinary level of battle power and actually forced the primordial Tao treasure to retreat continuously. The god-slaying sword tore at Shattered Moon's body, and the Lingxi sword attacked the purple-clothed youth. The dual sword technique had been displayed to the fullest. At first, Shattered Moon had already recovered its full strength, but under the god-slaying sword's frenzied biting, the light became dimmer and dimmer, and the Tao spirit became more and more terrifying. Don't kill me, don't kill me. This battle lasted for 3 days, and Long Chen felt that the power accumulated by the god-slaying sword was indeed decreasing. Once its power disappeared, he would not be able to do anything about the primordial Tao treasure. After 3 days, Shattered Moon was riddled with holes from the god-slaying sword's bites like a mad dog. Its light was dim, and the Tao spirit was crying and hiding, unwilling to come out. Although he could not bear it, Long Chen thought that it was only a Tao spirit and did not have true wisdom. For the sake of the god-slaying sword's strength and his own strength, he did not think too much and directly went forward to attack. Finally, in the midst of Shattered Moon's crying, he completely tore it apart with the god-slaying sword. If others saw this scene, they would definitely blame Long Chen for recklessly wasting such a good primordial Tao treasure. If he could control it, he could completely unleash a combat strength that was 1 level higher. When Su Mu reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, he might not be unable to fight back. However, he had destroyed the primordial Tao treasure. At the last moment, the slaughter puppet formed by the grey slaughter sword aura came out of the god-slaying sword and absorbed the power essence left behind by the Tao spirit of the primordial Tao treasure in a ferocious manner. The primordial Tao treasure was completely engulfed by the terrifying god-slaying sword and finally disappeared without a trace. It's finally over. Long Chen was very tired. First, he had exceeded his limit to fight Su Mu Chen. Then he had to deal with the primordial Tao treasure. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, although the god-slaying sword's power was exhausted, he had also exhausted most of his combat strength. He could only hope that the result was good. The god-slaying sword had left his right hand and stood on the ground. The grey slaughter sword aura permeated the air and condensed into a corporeal slaughter sword aura skeleton behind the god-slaying sword. The skeleton was exceptionally terrifying. On its body, there were 4 attributes of darkness, corrosion, devouring, and death. It was like a deity that controlled death, and it was terrifying. It stretched out a pair of bony claws and trembled as it held the god-slaying sword. In its anticipation, new Tao runes began to condense on the skeleton of the god-slaying sword. The power of the god-slaying sword also expanded again. Although it was impossible to grow to the extent that it could defeat 2 primordial Dao treasures, it still had unlimited possibilities. Another Dao rune condensed. Even Long Chen became nervous. As he followed the slaughter puppet, he was also counting. 85, 86, 91, 92, 93, 97. At this time, Long Chen was almost holding his breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. There were already 97 Dao runes, and the god-slaying sword had become unprecedentedly powerful. If he could condense 3 more Dao runes and become a primordial Dao treasure, what would happen? The slaughter puppet was also trembling. It held the god-slaying sword in its hand and stared at the grey sword with its hollow eyes. 98. Another Dao rune condensed. Long Chen's heart beat faster. 99. Another Dao rune. At this time, Long Chen's heart almost stopped beating. He and Lingxi were waiting for the next Dao rune to appear. At the same time, they were waiting for the other eye of the skeleton to shine. This time, they held their breath for a long time. However, there was still no movement from that Dao rune. After 20 breaths of time, the light of the god-slaying sword gradually dissipated. Long Chen already knew the result. It's a pity that it's a primordial Dao treasure with 100 Dao runes. It has just passed the primordial Dao treasure level. If there were a few more Dao runes, the god-slaying sword might be able to become a primordial Dao treasure. What a pity! Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that he was just 1 step away. Although it was just 1 step, it was very difficult to improve it again. This was because he had to swallow another primordial Dao treasure. Moreover, it definitely had to exceed 100 Dao runes before he could succeed. Roar! The slaughter puppet was extremely angry and couldn't wait to throw the god-slaying sword on the ground. However, to Long Chen, 99 Dao runes were already very terrifying. It had already surpassed the 8 great heavenly swords and was the peak primordial Dao treasure. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult to add another Dao rune. Thinking about it this way, it was still a good thing that the god-slaying sword didn't become a primordial Dao treasure. This was because Long Chen wasn't sure if he could control the god-slaying sword with 99 Dao runes with his strength. At this time, the slaughter puppet looked at Long Chen. "You want to control me?" Long Chen was very calm and suddenly said. He had long known that the god-slaying sword's Dao spirit might not be a good thing. The so-called accompanying Long Chen to conquer the world was actually a joke. Its only goal was to become a primordial Dao treasure. "You are too noisy." The massacre skeleton actually let out a low roar. It was in a very bad mood because the deity-slaying sword had not become a primordial Dao treasure. In a fit of anger, it held the deity-slaying sword, which had 99 Dao patterns, and actually charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold. When he used the god-slaying sword to devour Shattered Moon, he realized that this guy would counterattack. He didn't expect it to happen. However, in order to defeat Shattered Moon, the power that the god-slaying sword had accumulated was almost depleted. Now, it could only rely on the power of the 99 Dao runes. In Long Chen's eyes, the other party had become a primordial Dao treasure that wasn't a primordial Dao treasure. It had a Dao spirit and self-awareness, but it still lacked some power of a primordial Dao treasure. Just as the other party attacked, Long Chen gritted his teeth. His speed was faster than the other party. The black Lingxi sword in his hand was his most trusted treasure. It was the proof of his love with Lingxi. Holding the Lingxi sword, Long Chen directly used the god-slaying art. The Lingxi sword swept past the slaughter puppet's body, causing it to immediately scream. Flame of soul refining. The flames rolled out and enveloped the entire tunnel. Long Chen used the time-roaming dragon. The slaughter puppet had its own independent consciousness. It could probably sense the time-roaming dragon, but it might not be very sensitive. Defeating Shattered Moon also took most of its power. Since Long Chen was already prepared, it was completely played. The Lingxi sword swept past its body again and again, causing it extreme damage and even driving it crazy. At this time, the Dragon Jade Dao seal in the primordial spirit of the Great Void Universe Dragon vibrated. A formless light wave was released from the Dragon Jade Dao seal and shook the slaughter puppet's body. The slaughter puppet let out a scream of despair and disappeared instantly. The god-slaying sword fell to the ground with a clang. It's appearing more and more frequently. I haven't played with this brainless skeleton enough. Long Chen smiled helplessly and picked up the god-slaying sword. It's finally over. I'm so tired. I'll choose another user to give out a signed physical book at night. Please follow my WeChat public platform. Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1843. Long Chen did a quick check and realized that even though the god-slaying sword had lost the massacre skeleton, its power was still there. It was a Dao artifact with 99 Dao patterns. Compared to when it had 83 Dao patterns, its lethality was even more terrifying. Long Chen did not dare to underestimate the god-slaying sword. However, there was a limit to how much Long Chen could excavate and control such a majestic power. A Dao weapon of this level was also very precious. At the very least, Su Xilan, who was at the Three Talents Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, might not even have one. Only someone at her level of combat power could fully display the power of the god-slaying sword. It was just like how Lingxi could not control the 8 heavenly swords. With the god-slaying sword, I should be like a tiger with wings. Although it has not become a primordial Dao artifact, it is obvious that my current combat power has increased. If Su Mukin does not enter the reincarnation realm, he should not be my opponent. But if he succeeds, I will definitely lose. He was originally a super divine dragon. If he entered the reincarnation realm, his combat power would probably be at the level of the Yin and Yang reincarnation realm. Of course, when Long Chen entered the reincarnation realm, people like Su Xilan would not be his opponent. It took him a few days to familiarize himself with the control of the god-slaying sword. With the divine abilities of the Void Cosmic Dragon and the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon, as well as these two swords, I should be considered one of the best among the younger generation in the 72 Divine Descendants Ancient City. I'm afraid there are very few among the younger generation in Dijun Divine City who can compete with me. In a year's time, his combat power had undergone an unimaginable rapid growth. He had jumped from the bottom to the top. In time, he would be able to look down on all the others. Su Mukin, after dealing with the god-slaying sword, the two returned to the Green Stone Plaza. Only a few days had passed, and Su Mukin's reincarnation tribulation had reached a critical stage. A black divine dragon coiled around his body. The situation was unclear, but Long Chen could feel that this guy was getting stronger and stronger. His power was going through a terrifying change. He was probably going to achieve the Tai Chi reincarnation power. This guy is really going to succeed. The other three had yet to pass the samsara tribulations, but he was about to succeed. It was useless to worry about how strong others were. One could only surpass their opponent's speed. Hence, Long Chen and Lingxi cultivated in the martial god mausoleum. Lingxi began to attempt to break through the gate of life and death, while Long Chen studied the slaughter Dao and the time Dao. Recently, Long Yu's activities have become more and more frequent. Is it because I've already come into contact with the highest level? Long Chen thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. It had already been half a year since they had arrived at the battlefield of the gods, but the astrals had yet to make a move. It was unknown where they had gone, but Long Chen was in no hurry. I wonder what cultivation level that Du has reached. He wants to overcome 3 samsara tribulations in one go. After half a year, he should have made some progress. He was favored by the heavens and was regarded as a treasure by everyone. He was nurtured by the divine Emperor Jun City and the Eternal Dragon City. He was regarded as the hope of the human clan. The resources of the entire Dragon God domain poured into him. If Long Chen could have such treatment, his cultivation would have long surpassed the peak. However, he did not like that child's gloomy eyes. Su Mukin struggled in the samsara tribulations for 2 months. His samsara tribulations were more difficult than others. Among the 4 disciples of the martial god Ancient City, 2 died and 2 succeeded. Including Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, there were a total of 4 samsara realm martial artists. If Su Yuji and Su Jiuzhou were not dead, they might have succeeded. Only Su Mukin was left. Recently, while everyone was bathing in the divine spiritual rain, almost all of their attention was on Su Mukin. Finally, on the day of the opening of the battlefield of the gods for half a year, Su Mukin completely transformed in the samsara realm and truly entered the samsara realm. As long as he went out, the 5 major dragon cities would naturally invite him. The demonic dragon dissipated. He stood up amidst the golden divine spirit rain. His tall figure was like an iron pillar as he stood steadily. He stretched out his hands and tried to mobilize his own power. He sighed with emotion. This is reincarnation. The mystical reincarnation rebirth state. He did not care about the group of Su family members. Instead, he turned back to look at Long Chen. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he asked, "Have you mastered the primordial Taoist weapon?" This guy was obviously much stronger than before. From nirvana to samsara, it was simply a transformation and transition of life. He was completely different from before, but he could not tell what had changed. If he had to describe it, it might be the change of God. He should have begun to transform into a real god. 1 yuan was 100 reincarnations. After passing through the 1 yuan samsara realm, the biggest change should be the change in one's mentality and attitude towards the world. In that 1 yuan tribulation, after passing through 100 reincarnations, it was like living countless times again. He could still remember the primordial Taoist weapon, which showed how much he valued the purple long sword. It must be known that after passing through 100 reincarnations, many people would lose their memories and completely forget the first half of their lives. Long Chen said, "Although I haven't mastered it, I can't give it to you." Su Mu Chen said, "Can we fight again?" The last time wasn't satisfying enough. To be honest, since Long Chen had the time dragon, Su Mu Chen could no longer force him to fight. He could only invite him. However, Long Chen was not a fool. He waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it in the future. You have too much of an advantage now." The disciples of the Su family were filled with righteous indignation. They all scolded, "Long Chen, you really have no guts. Seeing that you are weak, you don't dare to fight. Are you still a man? That's right. You don't even have this bit of courage. How can you have the primordial Taoist weapon? If you admit defeat today, it will probably become a sore point for you. It will prevent you from improving your martial cultivation." In order to take back the primordial Taoist weapon, they provoked him and mocked him at the same time. However, these words were child's play to Long Chen. He had to focus on researching what the god of Tai Chi was. Seeing that he did not agree, Su Mu Chen sighed and shook his head. He said, "What isn't mine doesn't belong to me. If I have another chance, I won't lose again." He also had a strong desire to fight. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the opening of the battlefield of the gods. According to the usual situation, after another half a year, the divine spiritual reign would end and everyone would leave. Just a few days after Su Mu Chen succeeded, there was a sudden change. Long Chen woke up from his cultivation and said in shock, "The spirit race is attacking." But it didn't seem like it. It seemed as though the entire battlefield of the gods was trembling from the 9-colored mist. The endless 9-colored mist above began to churn, and countless tiny, invisible insects seemed to have gone crazy. If they suddenly pounced down, then everyone present would probably die without a single survivor. Long Chen grabbed Ling Shi's hand, protecting her within his divine kingdom at the first possible moment. In the next moment, everyone felt an extremely terrifying power acting on their bodies. This was a power that they were unable to resist. Perhaps even the power of a divine spirit would not be able to withstand it. Everyone was under the control of it. Is the ancestor showing himself? Is it the ancestor? Oh my God, what is going on? Some of the disciples of the Su family were panicking, while others were excited. Long Chen glanced over and saw that even Su Mu Chen was powerless under the control of this power. In that instant, the terrifying power brought all the disciples of the 72 divine descendants into the sky. No one could resist it. The sky was filled with the 9-colored fog. Those who watched the battle between Long Chen and Su Mu Chen had witnessed the terror of the 9-colored fog. At this moment, those who were cheering for the ancestor showed themselves were all crying. Long Chen's heart trembled. Just what kind of power was it that wanted to kill all the disciples of the 72 divine descendants here? This power was simply irresistible. Were they just going to wait for death? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. But it was a pity that the power was even more ferocious. In just a blink of an eye, cultivators were thrown into the 9-colored fog. Not even Long Chen could escape this fate. In the distant demon god domain, divine dream fox mansion, heavenly fox domain. In the middle of a beautiful forest, there was a green mountain. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon were here. The nirvana spiritual aura here was almost the same as the inner city of the martial god city. There were strange immortal essences everywhere. This was the hinterland where 9-tailed celestial fox lived. In the morning, Mo Xiaolang stood under the morning sun, absorbing the sun's fire to strengthen himself. In the clear pool beside him, Suyin was changing the color of her tail. Her slender snake tail was fresh and alluring. She would occasionally let out a bell-like laughter. She was having a great time. The two of them were enjoying their time together. After a while, Mo Xiaolang could already transform into human form. He stood beside the clear pond, quietly watching Xueqi play. Big brother Xiaolang. Xueqi retracted her snake tail and turned it into legs. She walked around Mo Xiaolang, blushing, and asked, "Do I look good?" Mo Xiaolang rubbed his head and said, "Yan will definitely look good." "Do you think the snake tail looks good?" Xueqi asked. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "I think it's very good. 9 different colors. It's much better than my pitch-black body." Xueqi lowered her head. "But I've been afraid of snakes since I was young. They're slippery. Now that I've become a snake, I'm so sad." "Yan, this is karma. Who told you to hate snakes?" Mo Xiaolang made a face and said with a smile, "You're so annoying." Xueqi angrily chased after him. The two of them were having fun. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang heard something and the smile on his face disappeared. He protected Xueqi behind him, looked at a big tree, and said coldly, "Who's hiding there? Come out if you have the guts." Hearing this, a thick demon snake slid down from the tree and transformed into a flirtatious and voluptuous woman. She smiled and said, "Children, don't be afraid. I'm here to see you. Ruashi is my good friend." Chapter 1844. The lamia was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were full, and she wore very little clothing to cover her body. A large area of her snow-white chest was exposed. Her 2 snow-white balls moved along with the lamia's snake waist as she walked over. Her pair of fair and slender thighs were exposed. Her charm was boundless. The lamia was naturally charming, but compared to Ruashi's charm, they were not on the same level. Ruashi was naturally charming, but this lamia was merely flirtatious. She arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang and said with a charming smile, "Didn't I say that I am Ruashi's friend? My name is Yu Shang. Don't be afraid of me." Seeing that she did not have the obvious malice of other demons, Mo Xiaolang was still on guard, but he said, "Sister Ruashi is no longer in the Heavenly Fox region. I'm afraid you have come at the wrong time to find her." Lamia Yu Shang still smiled charmingly and said, "I am not here for Ruashi, but for the two of you." Mo Xiaolang was even more on guard when he heard this. This woman was indeed powerful, but she was still a long way from Ruashi. She dared to call Ruashi by her real name, but there was a gap in their cultivation. She said she was Ruashi's friend, but Mo Xiaolang could not believe it. Moreover, he was just a nobody. Why would she come for him? Seeing Mo Xiaolang's confusion, she said, "I heard that Ruashi's family has a snake half-demon, so I came to take a look. I'm afraid it's this little girl." "Don't be afraid. Come here and let me take a look. I won't hurt you. I am also a snake." Xueqi was timid, and this woman was extremely coquettish, so it was hard for her to trust her. So when the woman threw out an olive branch, she subconsciously shrank behind Mo Xiaolang, her eyes revealing a look of fear. "Your Excellency, what brings you here?" Mo Xiaolang took a few steps back with Xueqi and said cautiously, "All right, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, she's not a true half-demon. She was only fused with my demon race through a secret art passed down from the ancient times. There aren't many people with her physique. When I heard about her from Ruashi, I had my suspicions. You're wondering why I came to you guys, right? It's because I have a way to turn her back into a human." "What?" Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi's eyes lit up. They were indeed excited at first, but after thinking about it carefully, this woman came out of nowhere with an unfathomable conspiracy in her eyes. She might not even be Ruashi's friend, but it was hard to believe that she was so kind. Mo Xiaolang naturally wanted Xueqi to not be discriminated against and bullied by others, but he couldn't be too hasty or else he might fall into someone else's trap. Seeing that they were silent, the snake woman said angrily, "Don't you understand? I'm here to take this little girl to my place for Ruashi's sake. I'm going to remove her half-monster identity. I wouldn't be willing to do something like this if someone else begged me." Mo Xiaolang pondered for a moment and said, "Sister, please wait a moment. Xiaolang thanks for your kindness in advance, but this matter is of great importance. I still have to discuss it with Sister Ruashi and verify your identity. Please wait a moment. I'll communicate with Sister Xueqi through star talismans. Forget it. Hearing this, the woman's expression suddenly darkened. She angrily said, after talking for so long, you're still doubting my identity. It seems you don't want her to turn back into a human. Is half-demon that fun? Being despised everywhere. Haha. If that's the case, I'll be leaving first. When Xueqi comes back and begs me, I might not help you. Having said that, she glared at Mo Xiaolang before turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing. Mo Xiaolang's expression darkened. Xueqi felt strange and asked, Brother Xiaolang, Sister Xueqi didn't leave any star talismans for us. Are you testing her? Mo Xiaolang nodded. Yes, she's clearly not Sister Xueqi's friend. I just don't understand who she is and why she's after you. Xueqi said, but if she really has a way to turn me back into a human, why doesn't she give it a try? Mo Xiaolang stretched out his hand and caressed her long black hair. Aren't you looking good right now? It's already painful to turn back into this. It'll be even more painful. I don't want you to be in pain. Xuyen said in a daze. But, I'll bring you a lot of trouble if I do this. Mo Xiaolang shook his head. It's not trouble. I'll become stronger as soon as possible and make everyone shut their mouths. Oh. Xueqi nodded. She suddenly smiled innocently and said, Do you really like my current appearance? Yes. Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly. The sun rose in the east and everything seemed beautiful. The battlefield of the gods underwent an unprecedented change. Buzz. Thousands of disciples from the ancient city of 72 divine descendants, some of whom were still in the midst of their tribulations, were pulled up by the force and directly collided with the nine-colored mist. The nine-colored mist in the sky madly danced, emitting sharp sounds of friction, instilling fear in people's hearts. Facing the irresistible nine-colored mist, everyone was scared to tears. In just a split second, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. Boom! Everyone crashed into the nine-colored mist. At this moment, the force acting on his body suddenly disappeared. As soon as Long Chen came into contact with the nine-colored mist, he was ready to use Dream of the Origin. But at this moment, a golden force covered his whole body, completely surrounding him. The nine-colored mist was about to devour him, but after encountering the golden light, it retreated in defeat. Long Chen looked up and saw that all the disciples of the ancient city of Martial God were surrounded by the golden light and rushed into the nine-colored mist. They should be unharmed like him. It seems that it's not killing everyone. This golden light is the power from the battlefield of the gods. I've never heard of such a change in the battlefield of the gods. What happened? Long Chen thought calmly. That huge force threw everyone into the nine-colored mist. Now, Long Chen's body was covered by the nine-colored mist. But with the protection of the golden light, he could still survive. At this moment, that force appeared again and pulled everyone up. Vaguely, the disciples of the Su family who didn't understand what was happening were still screaming. Chen! Only now did Ling Shi realize what had happened. It had been too dangerous previously. Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Long Chen said very calmly, dissipating the anxiety in Ling Xi's heart. This man could maintain a calm heart no matter what, which made Ling Xi feel very safe. We should arrive at a unified place. Long Chen guessed. Indeed, at this moment, the nine-colored mist in the surroundings suddenly flashed. An invisible force opened up a huge hemispherical space. The radius was probably 100 meters. Such a huge hemispherical space was enough for about 30 people to stay in the martial god ancient city. After the golden light dissipated, Long Chen realized that a golden array diagram had appeared under his feet. This array diagram was made up of golden divine characters from the primordial era. The divine characters flashed, bringing with it a huge force that maintained everyone's stability. The nine-colored mist above their heads was also made up of golden divine characters. Indeed, everyone was fine. Look! Someone let out a cry of surprise. Everyone started sizing up their surroundings. The first thing Long Chen saw was the silhouette of a golden human sitting cross-legged in the center of the circular array diagram. That was a golden human figure with his eyes closed. Light wheels revolved around him. Although it was just an illusory figure, it had a majestic aura and boundless power. The appearance of this illusory figure could not be seen clearly, but it was emitting an aura as though it was the ruler of heaven and earth. When the disciples of the Su family executed their martial god will, such an illusory figure would appear before their eyes. This was the primordial divine spirit, the martial god. The Su family's disciples were incomparably familiar with this attire. Whether it was the hair ornaments, clothes, or the proportions of the figure, the golden human silhouette sitting cross-legged was exactly the same as their legendary ancestor. The purest martial gods will erupted from the illusion, causing them to be unable to raise their heads. Ancestor's spirit. Heavens quickly kneel. Such a thing had never happened in the battlefield of the gods. The Su family's disciples knelt on the ground as if they had gone mad. Their expressions were emotional, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Only Long Chen was still standing there. He wasn't a member of the Su family. Therefore, when he looked carefully, he discovered that the only reason for the existence of this illusion was to support the operation of the array diagram. This was because the array diagram was currently moving. The array diagram was moving, but it was unknown where it was headed. The Su family's disciples began to speak eloquently and said a lot of words about their ancestors' blessing. They knelt devoutly for almost a quarter of an hour before they finally understood what had happened. The first one to react was Su Mu Chen. He stood not far away from Long Chen and said, "Can you guess what exactly happened?" Long Chen sensed that the array diagram was shuttling through the nine-colored mist. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either." After thinking for a moment he said, "It's best to contact Su's island with the star talisman and ask about the situation." Su Mu Chen nodded. When he picked up the star talisman, he said helplessly, "The connection here has been cut off. I can't contact her. Oh, I'm afraid that something big is about to happen." Long Chen wasn't optimistic about the changes in the battlefield of the gods. As expected, at this moment, he felt a pressure specifically targeting him. He suddenly turned around and saw the illusion in the center of the array diagram. Although the illusion's eyes were closed, it seemed to be looking at him. A clear voice reverberated in his head, which made Long Chen feel as if he had been struck by lightning. "There's another person with you. The war is about to begin. No one can be spared. Let her out." These words caused Long Chen's expression to change again and again. Chapter 1845. This phantom had the appearance of a martial god, and he was actually talking to him. Could he be a martial god? This primordial deity from millions of years ago was talking to him. This matter was extremely incredible. The primordial gods had disappeared for millions of years, and no one knew where they had gone or whether they had survived. The battlefield of the gods and the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants were probably the only things they had left behind. He was talking to him. No matter how calm Long Chen was, he still felt a chill down his spine. The martial god's phantom was referring to Lingxi. What he meant was that the war was about to begin and no one could hide in the divine kingdom. Otherwise they would all die. Long Chen didn't dare to doubt the power of the primordial deity. It was just like how he was brought to this diagram array. In this battlefield of the gods, he could say that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. "What's wrong?" Su Mu Chen asked curiously when he saw his expression change. "There might be a huge change soon. Tell your Su clan to prepare." Long Chen reminded him and walked to a corner by himself. He told this matter to Lingxi. Lingxi smiled and said, "Chen, I can already bear a lot of things by myself. Let me participate. This is the rule of God." That's right. That primordial deity was talking to him just now. This was the rule of God. Thus, Long Chen let Lingxi enter the diagram array. From then on, the martial god's phantom didn't target him anymore. Right now, Su Mu Chen possessed great authority. He made the Su family's disciples, who were still kneeling down, become vigilant. Only then did everyone stand together and felt the golden diagram array advancing forward. They discussed and pondered about what would happen next. "Don't worry too much. The ancestor is protecting us. He will definitely lead us to a place where we can see him. Perhaps he will give us great treasures and let us shine in the ancient martial god city." That's right. This is the first time in a million years that something like this has happened in the battlefield of the gods. It's definitely a good thing, not a bad thing. I can't help but feel a little excited when I think about all the mythical creatures that we might encounter later. They were filled with anticipation, their eyes burning as they looked forward. However, Su Mu Chen and the rest were much more mature. From their eyes, they could faintly see some uneasiness. This uneasiness probably originated from their intuition. Long Chen also had this kind of intuition. While the Su family's disciples were talking excitedly, the golden array finally slowed down, and the surrounding 9-colored mist began to recede. Everyone looked up and suddenly, the golden array seemed to have hit something. Most people lost their balance and rolled on it. Fortunately, they didn't fall out of the golden array, otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the 9-colored mist. The golden formation stopped. Everyone looked over curiously and saw a massive white jade platform in front of them. It had a diameter of over 10,000 meters, and there was a space of over 1,000 meters on the white jade platform. There was no 9-colored mist on it, and it was similar to the Bluestone Plaza. However, the white jade platform was paved with pure white jade. What a huge place! Why did our ancestors bring us here? A disciple asked curiously. Everyone was eager to try and walk onto the white jade platform. Su Mu Chen stopped them. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act blindly without thinking. The situation is a little weird, so don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Su Mu Chen had seized the limelight, Su Jiuyo felt a little unconvinced in her heart. Don't make a fuss over nothing. How can our ancestors harm us? There must be a great reason for them to bring us here. Why are you being so timid? Do you have other intentions or are you a coward? Su Mu Chen's expression did not change as he said, "Then you can take the lead and give it a try." Seeing that the white jade platform was weird, Su Jiuyo said, "Whoever is stronger will take the lead. There seems to be others." Just at this moment, a disciple pointed to the opposite side of the 100-odd platforms. On the opposite side, there was also an array diagram leaning against the side of the platform. It was a green array diagram, and one could vaguely see a green shadow on the array diagram. There were also more than 30 people on the array diagram. They seemed to be from the Heavenly Wind Divine City. Someone said, "That's weird. Why would our ancestors bring us together with the people from the Heavenly Wind Divine City?" Everyone started to feel puzzled. There are people over there. Someone with sharp eyes saw a profound ice array diagram on the left. It was a good friend of the martial god Ancient City, the people from the profound ice divine city. Just at this moment, there seemed to be a new array diagram on the white jade platform. Taking a closer look, the people over there were also extremely excited as they swept their eyes around. In the end, they discovered the teams from the martial god Ancient City. Right now, there was a total of 4 teams gathered around the white jade platform. In the beginning, everyone was excited, but after seeing that there were other teams, they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. War. And these people. Long Chen recalled the word war that the martial god image had mentioned to him. Looking at the white jade platform, he suddenly said to Su Mu Chen, "Whether you believe it or not, this white jade platform is probably used for battles. It's like a game, and the ones being dominated in this game seem to be us. So this is definitely not a good thing." Su Muken's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at the martial god's image. His expression was a little weird. As someone from the martial god Ancient City, he naturally did not believe that his ancestor would harm him. However, who could predict what would happen in this strange place? Boom! Another team from the Divine City arrived at the side of the white jade platform under the support of the black diagram. The 5th one. As time passed, more teams arrived. In the end, there were a total of 9 teams gathered beside the white jade platform. There was a total of 72 divine cities, which also meant that there were a total of 8 platforms in the endless 9-colored mist. So, what was going to happen? At this moment, Su Mu Chen was conversing with the people from the other divine cities. The white jade platform was extremely spacious, so it wasn't hard for their voices to be transmitted to the other side. In the end, no one knew what was going to happen. I believe that the spirits of our ancestors must have appeared and allowed us to come here to inherit something. Although the 9-colored mist is very frightening, everyone just relax. We will definitely be fine. A green-robed man smiled in the Heavenly Wind Divine City. That's right. Everyone, don't worry too much. Just wait and see. This will be a historical moment. I believe that our ancestors are still alive. They live in another world. They are gods and they control this world. Today, we are receiving such treatment. I'm afraid that we are going to welcome the return of the gods. Even if that's not the case, since we were chosen to come to this place, we will definitely receive countless benefits. With their words, the few hundred people here felt much better in their hearts. Everyone felt that they were right, since this was the place of their ancestors. Just like the reign of deities, Wouldn't it bring them great benefits as well? Everyone started to chat and laugh, with some people still kneeling before the deity image in the center of the array diagram with sincerity. Just when everyone was chatting happily, an 8th-level Rebirth Tribulation Realm Branch family disciple from the Martial God Ancient Cities group suddenly shot swiftly towards the 100-plus platforms and fell onto the white jade platform. He was stunned for a moment before crawling up, and he had an astonished expression as he didn't know how he got there at all. What's going on? He walked over, but at this moment, the golden array diagram shifted and moved a distance away from him. It was already impossible for that fellow to return to the array diagram, since there was already quite a bit of 9-colored mist filling up the gap between the two. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Raising their heads, they saw that it wasn't only the ancient martial god city. The other 8 teams also had a person appearing on the white jade platform. Furthermore, their age and strength were similar to the one from the ancient martial god city. Su Huan calmed down first. Su Mu Chen saw that that fellow was about to cry from fear. A total of 9 people stood on the white jade platform. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. They wanted to return to the array diagram, but they couldn't, and those in the array diagram couldn't return to the white jade platform as well. This situation instantly caused an uproar among everyone. Just at this moment, everyone noticed that there seemed to be a number in the center of the white jade platform. It was a number with 9 colors. Starting from 100, it changed to 99 after a breath's time. With every breath's time, the number would decrease by 1. What's the meaning of this? Everyone was in an uproar. The 8 people on the platform were getting more and more uneasy. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid that something special will happen after the countdown ends. Roughly speaking, if the 9 people on the platform don't complete something by then, they will die. As soon as he said this, everyone was frightened. They all scolded, don't talk nonsense. How could our ancestors make such a joke? We are their descendants. That's right. You're not a member of our Su clan. Even if someone dies, it'll be you. Long Chen was definitely not joking. At this moment, the number on the platform changed to 90. The Su clan was still condemning Long Chen because of what he had said earlier. Just at this moment, the deity phantoms on the array diagrams let out clear voices once again. This is the Battle of Glory. Within 100 breaths' time, only one winner can appear on the white jade platform. If you can't complete it, all 9 of you will be eliminated. This sentence also came from the primordial deity. It was vague, but at least everyone understood that the people on the platform had to finish the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, all 9 of them would be eliminated. However, no one knew what would happen to the winner. No one knew what would happen to the loser. In the blink of an eye, there were only 80 breaths' time left. Battle of Glory. This phrase made everyone's blood boil. After all, they represented the various divine cities. Su Huan, fight. Su Mu Chen was silent for a moment before reminding. Chapter 1846. There were only 80 breaths of time left. The hundreds of people on the formation diagram all had anxious expressions on their faces, feeling terrified in their hearts. They had no idea what they would do if something like this happened to them. At first, they thought it was a gift from their ancestors. But now, what was the so-called Battle of Honor? They started to feel nervous. Su Tianyuan seemed to understand. He shouted, Su Huan, this is a test from our ancestors. Defeat the other deity's descendants within 100 breaths of time, and you will get great benefits, even a gift from our ancestors. If you win, it will be the pride of our martial god ancient city and the pride of our ancestors. Let's fight. This sentence stirred up everyone's blood. Yeah, our ancestors will not harm us. If we win, we will get great benefits. Our martial god ancient city is a fighting clan, and the martial god is the god of fighting. In terms of fighting, how can we lose to others? That's right. Su Huan, hurry up and fight. Under the urging of their brothers, the hearts of the 9 disciples on the white jade platform gradually burned with passion. It was as if they could see a bright future waiting for them. Only the one who won would be able to obtain the final victory, and that would have to happen within the remaining 70 breaths of time. Fight! The 9 of them roared in unison. Their eyes were already bloodshot. They rushed towards the others crazily. The time limit of 100 breaths of time had put great pressure on them. In order to be the only winner within the time limit, they didn't hesitate to fight. This was a battle of honor for their ancestors. The winner would bring honor to their ancestors. Su Huan, do your best. The onlookers were all excited. Although they hadn't participated in the battle yet, their eyes were also bloodshot. The 72 deities had been fighting openly and secretly in the ancient city. Finally, there was a chance to compete secretly. The hatred that had been accumulated for a long time burst out. Under the time limit, it was hard for them to show mercy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the 9 of them were fighting. This was a chaotic battle. Under the time limit, no one even realized that they could be the winner by staying out of it. Of course, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one could stay out of it. Taiwu Supreme has arrived. Su Huan summoned 12 Taiwu True Lords and used the Taiwu fists to attack with the martial god's will. In this short period of time, almost all the god's blood seething that could be used were used. In this tragic chaotic battle, as long as one's performance was slightly outstanding, they would basically be surrounded and attacked by 2 or 3 people. Everyone's eyes were already red with killing intent, and even Su Huan did not join forces with his friends from the profound ice divine city. Very quickly, the first martial warrior was knocked out of the battle circle. His entire body was stained with blood, and he was heavily injured. He was on the verge of death, and he definitely lost the ability to fight again. No one paid any attention to the person who was still fighting. And at this moment, something happened that shocked the onlookers. The white jade platform with a diameter of about 3 meters under the first injured martial artist suddenly became hollow, as if a hole had been opened on the white jade platform. The martial artist let out an earth-shattering scream and fell into the hole. Below the white jade platform, there was endless 9-colored mist. The people who were shouting were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear. This, heavens! How could this be? How could this be my ancestor? Countless people looked back in shock at the god's shadow on their formation diagram. The so-called result of being eliminated was actually death. No one thought that the person who was thrown off the white jade platform and surrounded by the endless 9-colored mist could survive with his own ability. This was simply impossible. In other words, 8 of the 9 people on the white jade platform would die. If the winner was not decided in the end, all 9 would die. The significance of this was simply too heavy. To everyone, this was a huge blow. Therefore, at this moment, hundreds of people were stunned. The people who were still on the white jade platform stopped fighting and stared blankly at the big hole that suddenly appeared. At this moment, the white jade platform had returned to its original state, but the defeated martial artist had disappeared forever. He is dead. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their faces pale. One could see that their bodies were trembling and covered in cold sweat. They had never thought that death would be so close and so long. There were still 50 breaths of time left, and half of it had passed. They were still young. Who would be willing to die in such an inexplicable way? Furthermore, they were unwilling to accept this. Wasn't the battlefield of the gods supposed to be the graves of their ancestors? Why were they treating them like this? Were they using the lives of their descendants to play a game? What was the meaning of this so-called battle of glory? If they won, would they get glory? They had no time to think so much. Although they were extremely conflicted and in pain, and even scared to the point of madness, there would always be people who took this opportunity to fight for their survival. Go to hell. A person besides Su Huan took advantage of the moment when Su Huan was stunned and stabbed him with a sword. With the stirring of nirvana energy, Su Huan was instantly thrown away. Despicable. The people of martial god ancient city cursed. Their eyes were bloodshot. Su Huan fell to the ground, heavily injured. He ignored the huge wounds on his body and struggled to climb up from the white jade platform. He cried and struggled, "No! I don't want to die, I don't want to die." But at this moment, the white jade platform still caved in. Su Huanghun let out an unwilling scream, and his figure was gradually submerged until it completely disappeared. His struggle when he fell, his unwilling eyes, and the despair before his death, all made everyone feel as if their hearts were in an icehouse. The Su clan disciples of martial god ancient city all sat on the ground, blankly looking at the martial god phantom. Su Tianyuan, what are you saying? What battle of glory? Isn't this just sending themselves to death? Only 1 out of 9 will survive, or all of them will die. Someone pulled on Su Tianyuan's clothes, crying, "How would I know?" Su Tianyuan forcefully kicked him away. His expression crumbled, and he was also at a loss. He opened his mouth and looked at the martial god phantom, saying in pain, "Ancestor, what is going on?" He knelt on the ground, and the others followed suit, crying, "Ancestor, please spare us. Ancestor." However, the martial god phantom didn't move, remaining cold and indifferent. On the white jade platform, in order to make it to the last moment, to obtain the only chance of victory and survival, the remaining 7 people fought with their lives on the line. As they attacked without any regard for their lives, injuries appeared one after another, and some were even directly killed. Soon, there were only 10 breaths of time left. On the white jade platform, there were only 3 people left. One of them was riddled with wounds, but he hadn't fallen yet. When he saw that the other 2 were actually targeting him, he fiercely roared, "You all want to live, right? I won't. If you want me to die, then don't even think about living. Come and chase me, haha." With that, he broke free from the encirclement and fled. The white jade platform was so big, and everyone's strength was about the same. To catch up to someone in 10 breaths of time and then defeat them was simply impossible. But at this moment, something unforeseen happened. The ground beneath the fleeing martial artist suddenly caved in, and a huge force directly swallowed him, causing him to fall into the 9-colored fog, instantly disappearing. Everyone understood that if anyone gave up the battle, even if they weren't defeated, they would still be considered eliminated, and there would only be one ultimate expert left on this white jade platform. There were only 8 breaths of time left, and 2 people. Within the martial god diagram, Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched all of this, a serious expression on his face. This was happening in the battlefield of the gods, and only gods could play this game. This was the power of gods, and as a mere mortal, Long Chen couldn't resist it at all. Even Long Qinglan couldn't resist it, and could only act according to the rules. He was unwilling to accept that he could fight no matter what, but if everyone had to experience this battle, what would happen to Lingxi? Would he have to watch her die in front of him? This cute and gentle little woman. Thinking of that possible scene, Long Chen's heart broke. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were tightly clenched. There was no doubt that this was a great disaster for him. He hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur in the battlefield of the gods. There was a large amount of hot air in his chest. Suddenly, a smooth hand grasped him, the gentleness and coldness calming Long Chen's restless heart. Tilting his head, he saw Lingxi smiling sweetly at him. "Chin, you don't believe me again. I won't lose." Little she, Long Chen wasn't afraid of anyone, but this was the power of the primordial gods. He didn't even know if these existences were still alive. What were they planning? Were they planning to let these thousands of descendants of gods go through endless cycles of battles, and finally choose one survivor? Not only was Lingxi here, but Li Xuanji was also here. Lingxi gripped his hand tightly and pursed her lips. Then she said with a gentle smile, "For you, I will also do my best to survive. Big brother Chen, please believe me, I won't die in front of you. I know that this will be the hardest thing for you to bear, so I won't." When she said this, there was a strong determination in her voice. Long Chen took a deep breath. His eyes were cold as he said, "Okay, let's prepare first." At this time, on the white jade platform, before the countdown ended, the 2 cultivators hadn't decided a winner. They wanted to live, so they used their most lethal methods. It wasn't easy to endure to this point, so they both died. In the last moment, the countdown ended and the white jade platform disappeared. The 2 cultivators screamed miserably as they were swallowed by the 9-colored fog. Large amounts of 9-colored fog engulfed the white jade platform, and the area outside the array became a sea of multicolored fog. Chapter 1847. The golden diagram continued to traverse through the endless 9-colored mist. After the previous battle, no one was naive anymore. They knew that everyone would definitely be brought to another battlefield. Next time, there would be another person participating in the so-called Battle of Glory, and that person only had a 10% chance of surviving. Cruel, bloody, and heartless. However, this was the rule, so who could change it? Even someone as powerful as Sumu Chen, who had stepped into the reincarnation tribulation stage, had a grave expression on his face. If this continued, traversing through the 9-colored mist, everyone's heart still hadn't calmed down. Not long later, the golden diagram stopped and everyone's hearts tensed up as they looked at their surroundings. Very quickly, they realized that reality was cruel. That's because another 10,000-meter-wide white jade platform had appeared before them. There were already a few teams that had arrived by the side of the white jade platform. In the east, there was a team that was riding on an azure diagram. That was the colossal wood divine city. In the west, there was a team that was riding on a crimson diagram. That was the scarlet blood divine city. What attracted Long Chen's attention the most was the team that was riding on a white diagram in the south. There were many familiar faces in that team. They were from the #1 divine city in the south, the Radiance divine city. They were also Long Chen's old enemies. In this chaotic battle, a team would encounter 8 other teams after every battle, so the chances of them encountering each other was rather high. At this moment, no one had the heart to pay attention to who else was coming. They were all anxious for their own fate. They had already experienced the first battle, so they roughly knew how tough it was to win. Therefore, everyone had a grave expression on their faces, regardless of gender. There were even traces of tears on their faces. And the one that gave them such a huge blow was their ancestor. At this moment, there was no way to contact anyone outside. Therefore, all the youths were in a state of anxiety and helplessness. Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. They hoped that time would slow down, that they wouldn't be chosen in the end, that they would be able to live a bit longer. They had never realized that such a long and despairing death was actually so terrifying. It would be better to just kill them with a single slash. The next team slowly arrived. Su Mu Chen started to communicate with the other teams. Who knows what's going on? Someone yelled from the other side. Everyone shook their heads. If such a battle were to continue for several months, everyone here would have to participate in the battle and become the sole victor within 100 breaths of time. Heavens! Are we all going to be forced to die here? This is so difficult. Who can do it? Heavens! Are we all going to die here? Everyone's faces were pale. Even the warriors in the reincarnation tribulation realm were having a hard time. Although they were powerful, their opponents were definitely in the reincarnation tribulation realm, so their chances of survival were very low. Who would be willing to waste their lives here? The battlefield of the gods meant endless benefits, but it didn't mean that there was any danger of death. This was far too different from what they had expected. The only hope for victory? Who can get it? My ancestor, although this is a battle of glory, and we are fighting for your glory, this is too cruel. Yeah, if this goes on, wouldn't the entire younger generation of the 72 divine descendants die here? Wouldn't the legacy of the 72 divine descendants be severed? The strength of the human race will definitely decline after 1,000 years, and there won't be any successors. At that time, many races will definitely go extinct. It's impossible for the ancestor to die alone. Although they constantly comforted themselves, the reality was right before their eyes. They could only lie to themselves. Long Chen saw so much despair and madness. This crisis came too suddenly. He gripped Ling Xi's hand tightly. Even though he believed that she was indeed very capable, he was only confused by his concern. He could finally understand how Ling Xi and the others felt every time he participated in a battle. In the blink of an eye, the 9 divine cities arrived. Dip Ankara Divine City. Everyone exclaimed. The last one to arrive was actually one of the few divine cities in the central region, Dip Ankara Divine City. Tens of millions of years ago, the ancient god Dip Ankara had mastered the Tao of life and flame. His battle strength was monstrous, and he was immortal. He was a supreme god. Dip Ankara Divine City had a legacy of tens of millions of years. Although the Light Divine City was the strongest in the southern region, it was still a level lower than the Dip Ankara Divine City. Among the 9 divine cities, the strongest was the Dip Ankara Divine City. The 9 divine cities had already arrived, and they were about to choose their participants for the battle. At this moment, hundreds of people were extremely nervous. Long Chen himself didn't care, but he was nervous for Lingxi. But at this time, something that made him helpless and angry happened. In the end, it would be Lingxi's turn, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Under the pull of that absolute power, no matter how firmly Long Chen held on, that power still broke through his imagination and took Lingxi away. Bastard! Long Chen watched helplessly as Lingxi was brought into the white jade platform. At that moment, his heart was burning with monstrous anger. This damned battlefield of the gods, this golden array that blocked him, this damned game and rules. If something happened to Lingxi, he would definitely go crazy. One must know that this was a 1 in 9 chance of survival. At least until now, Long Chen hadn't seen anyone come out alive. He quickly walked to the side of the golden array and watched as Lingxi landed on the white jade platform. He had already entered an unprecedented state of madness. If Lingxi couldn't make it, then he would give up everything. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would still rush up and save her. He didn't have any faith, nor did he have these gods or ancestors. He only had his protection. His blood-red eyes and heavy breathing caused everyone to move away from Long Chen. At this moment, he was rather dangerous. In front of the absolute power of those gods, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and gently touched the edge of the golden array. Although he was roughly 10 meters away from the white jade platform and the 9-colored fog was terrifying, with the origin of dream, he might be able to rush up. Chen, let me try this once. Lingxi looked at Long Chen for the last time. She didn't cry. She was unprecedentedly calm, but also unprecedentedly tough. Her eyes were filled with unbelievable power. This power made Long Chen feel more at ease. He loved this woman very, very much, so he chose to believe her for the time being. What worried him the most was Lingxi's opponent. Lingxi hadn't stepped into the door of life and death, so she could only be considered a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm. If her opponent was an 8th Nirvana Tribulation realm, then there shouldn't be a problem. However, Long Chen was soon disappointed. This was because he realized that Lingxi's opponents were actually all 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm experts. Moreover, they were all women. It was no wonder that Lingxi was chosen. Among the team from Martial God Ancient City, there weren't many female 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm experts. Lingxi was almost the only one. If the standard was chosen first, then the person was chosen, then it wouldn't be a coincidence that Lingxi was chosen. 100 breaths. When everyone was in position, the women from the 9 divine cities didn't waste any time. Long Chen watched nervously. He was 10 times more nervous than when he was fighting himself. Previously, he had discussed some battle plans with Lingxi. Long Chen suggested that she shouldn't reveal her strongest strength yet, but she shouldn't appear too weak either. In the first half of the battle, she should find an opponent and suppress her strength to tangle with her. This was so that the strongest expert in the team wouldn't target her in advance. As expected, she was very smart. First, she found the girl from Giant Wood Divine City. Although everyone was innocent, this battle wasn't a battle of justice. It was a dangerous battle. For the sake of survival, who wouldn't go crazy? Lingxi was still considered calm. The girl from Giant Wood Divine City was proficient in the Tao of Giant Wood. She had exuberant vitality and many mystical techniques. Lingxi controlled 4 heavenly swords to fight with her. She had 80% divine blood and a Tao artifact with 80 Tao patterns. As for the girl, she was only at the early stage 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm. Therefore, with just 4 heavenly swords, Lingxi was able to restrain her. Misty immortal steps. Using her footwork, Lingxi turned into a phantom. A pair of butterfly wings unfolded behind her. It coordinated with her battle and emitted waves of illusions, allowing her to completely suppress her opponent. Although Lingxi performed very well, Long Chen was still trembling with fear. The entire battle was quite thrilling. Everyone's opponents were also changing rapidly. Because there were 9 people, at any moment, one person would be besieged by 2 people. When there were about 90 breaths left, a girl was sent flying. Although she was very tough, she was quickly defeated under the joint attack of 2 super strong opponents. Although she was seriously injured, she still crawled up in a panic. Her eyes were filled with a strong desire to survive. This was a girl from Red Blood Divine City. Seeing that she was injured, a man in the Red Blood Divine City laid on the blood-colored array diagram and wailed in pain. He was desperately trying to rush forward. He even shed tears of blood. That look was truly heartbreaking. That girl must be her lover. In the various divine cities, in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, it was very common for cousins to marry each other. Long Chen was struggling in his heart. His blood was already boiling. He sympathized with that man, but he was more afraid that he would be the next one. That girl from Red Blood Divine City was ultimately eliminated by the White Jade platform and fell into the 9-colored mist. In the Red Blood Divine City, that man broke free from everyone's restraints. He buried his head in the ground and wailed in pain. While no one was paying attention, he jumped off the blood-colored array diagram and was instantly engulfed by the 9-colored mist. Long Chen's hand that was holding onto the god-slaying sword was about to bleed. He wasn't the only one who had love. Everyone had it. Gods. He gritted his teeth as he spat out these two words. Just who was the one that planned this game? The two strongest experts of the Radiance Divine City and Dapeng Divine City seemed to have joined forces. Su Mu Chen reminded him. Chapter 1848. The woman from Radiance Divine City had a head of long golden hair and a pair of aqua-blue eyes. She was graceful and noble. Clearly, she came from an extraordinary background. Her entire body was shrouded in pure white light energy. She was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. She held a golden spear in her hand that exuded boundless might. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 70 Dao patterns on it. A 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator with 70 Dao patterns on it. Her status should be very high. As for the woman from Randang Divine City, she looked ordinary. She didn't even have any hair. She wore a simple linen robe and looked very poor. She held a divine lamp in her hand that manifested billions of flaming fiend gods. Wherever she went, no one could match her. They cooperated in the dark and it was simply a massacre. Other than Lingxi and the woman from Giant Wood Divine City, the others were quickly dealt with in their trap. It was so fast that Long Chen didn't even have time to inform Lingxi. There were only 4 people left on the scene, and at this time, half of the time limit had already passed. Ling Shi and the woman from the gigantic Wood Divine City had already sensed it. The two of them hurriedly dispersed, only to see the woman from the Radiance Divine City and the woman from the Dapeng Divine City staring at them coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. The woman from Radiance Divine City glanced at Lingxi and said in surprise, "So it's the Radiance Goddess. Our men are going crazy for you. It's a pity that you want to fight with me. So, you can be my opponent." She said to the woman from Giant Wood Divine City, "I'll leave that one to you. After dealing with these two, we'll decide the winner." Deal. The bald woman from Giant Wood Divine City agreed without batting an eyelid. This was the time to waste the most time. 2 battles immediately erupted. The 4 of them were very tactful to not let the 2 battles affect each other. The golden-haired woman chased after Lingxi and sneered, "In my eyes, you're trash. Don't pretend to be a saint in front of me. Obediently accept your death. I can't stand women like you who pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy." Her momentum was great. Wherever the golden war spear passed, energy would engulf everything. She was like a war god, incomparably sharp. However, Lingxi's expression was cold and indifferent. She didn't speak to her, but at this moment, 6 heavenly swords jumped out. Those 6 heavenly swords formed a terrifying sword formation, engulfing everything in an instant. No one had expected Lingxi to possess such astonishing power. The entire white jade platform was instantly filled with sword qi. Countless light swords exploded and charged towards the golden-haired woman under Lingxi's control. Insignificant skill. The golden-haired woman sneered disdainfully. Her golden spear transformed into a golden rhinoceros, charging towards Lingxi with its huge horn. Under the charge of the giant rhinoceros, the white jade platform trembled slightly, as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, Long Chen almost suffocated. Boom! As the two clashed, Lingxi displayed an astonishing calmness. Her sword force changed, and the 6 heavenly swords merged into one. Under her divine sword control technique, the golden rhinoceros was smashed apart, and the golden-haired woman was also sent flying. Seeing that the 6 heavenly swords were about to slaughter her, the golden-haired woman suddenly summoned a Dao weapon. It was a golden shield that blocked the sharpness of the 6 heavenly swords. However, the golden-haired woman was almost knocked off the white jade platform. So strong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lingxi clearly hadn't crossed the gate of life and death, yet she was able to display such strength. She was originally the one who wasn't favored the most, but at this moment, everyone's impression of her had changed. No matter how strong a man Long Chen was, his vision was a little blurred at this moment. This was a beauty who followed him without hesitation. She had been working hard at all times. Why wouldn't he trust her? At this moment, the bald woman from Randang God City defeated the young woman from Giant Wood God City. In the remaining 20 breaths of time, there were only 3 people left. Looking at the constantly decreasing number, everyone became nervous again. Their hearts were pounding, even more nervous than those who were currently fighting. The golden-haired woman spat out a mouthful of blood. With a spear in her left hand and a golden shield in her right, she shouted to the bald woman, "There's not much time left. Let's kill her together." The bald woman pondered for a moment. Lingxi had displayed an extremely strong battle prowess. Even the golden-haired woman wasn't a match for her. So she definitely wasn't a match for her. Then, the only way was to go out first to kill Lingxi. Only then would she have a chance of obtaining the final victory. Moreover, the golden-haired woman was already injured. She was no longer a match for her. At this moment, she chose to deal with Lingxi. The two experts rushed towards the seemingly delicate woman. Everyone was in an uproar. In the remaining 20 breaths of time, every breath was precious. In the blink of an eye, the outcome would be decided, but in the end, there was still a great suspense as to who would survive. The besieged Lingxi clearly caused everyone to sympathize with her. Even those from the martial god ancient city were cheering for Lingxi in their despair. However, the two experts unleashed their fatal attacks, quickly forcing Lingxi to retreat step by step. She was about to be defeated. The golden-haired woman used her golden spear and golden shield. She was proficient in close combat, and each of her attacks was fatal. The bald woman used her divine lamp to attack from afar. Countless scarlet fire seeds transformed into ancient gods and devils. Tens of thousands of clones attacked Lingxi. The might of the Dipankara divine city was limitless. This bald woman was 3 times stronger than the Radiance divine city. Long Chen's heart felt like it was going to explode. Only 15 breaths of time remained. Lingxi was still entangled. There was no space or time to attack. If this continued, all 3 of them would die. But even at this critical juncture, she was still calm. She clenched her teeth. She knew that the man in front of her was looking at her anxiously. She also saw the man who committed suicide for love in the Scarlet Blood Divine City. At that time, he would most likely be the same. But he still has many responsibilities on his shoulders. He longs to fulfill his father's dying wish. I can't lose, I can't lose. She wanted to cry bitterly. If it were any other time, her face would definitely be covered in tears. But now was not the time. She bit her tender lips. There was not a single tear in her eyes. There were only 10 breaths of time left. Could she still exist in these 10 breaths of time? She had to live. She had to live. At that moment, she forced her 2 opponents back in the most frenzied manner. Her blood was boiling, and her entire body was burning. Raging flames erupted from her body, and her divine blood was boiling in the most violent manner. Boom, boom, boom. Her weakest body emitted the most violent explosion. This was the most terrifying increase in her strength, the most astonishing divine blood boiling in history. Her pair of black eyes and long black hair turned the purest white. Her entire body was snow white and flawless, like the most perfect piece of white snow. Buzz, buzz. 8 celestial swords danced wildly around her. In the blink of an eye, there were only 8 breaths of time left. The 2 women were not frightened by her divine blood boiling. They continued to attack without any regard for their lives. At this moment, Lingxi's pure white eyes looked at them. She stretched out her hand and pointed. Immortal burying prison. Boom. The 8 celestial swords danced in the air. Billions of sword chi formed a complete world. It was the descent of hell. It landed on the heads of the 2 experts with an earth-shattering momentum. The 8 kinds of sword chi formed a perfect cycle. Under the power of Lingxi's divine blood boiling, which was comparable to a rebirth tribulation realm expert, the 2 women were directly torn apart by the sword chi. After the sword chi passed, everything dissipated. The number on the white jade platform stopped and did not change. This number was actually 1. In the last breath of time, her opponents had already disappeared. Only she was still standing on the white jade platform. The dazzling light and dense celestial chi around her started to dissipate. Her pure white eyes and long hair also returned to their original color. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were unprecedentedly bright. At the moment of final victory, she forgot everything. She looked at Long Chen from a distance of 5,000 meters. The white jade platform started to dissipate. A ball of light surrounded Lingxi and sent her in this direction. This meant that the only winner, the only survivor, was Lingxi. But at this moment, no one cheered for her. No one hated her. She had relied on her strength and hard work to win this only chance of survival. Those who had died could only silently mourn for them. They should not have died in the first place. Even when Lingxi fell into Long Chen's arms, they were still looking at each other. This hug was so precious. Lingxi had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally returned. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Long Chen was speechless. Life and death were up to the heavens. Life and death were not up to one's control. But he was not willing. He could not leave the person he loved. He definitely could not leave. If the heavens wanted to stop him, then he would defy the heavens. He would fight the heavens and slaughter them. The weak girl in his arms was no longer weak. It was undeniable that she had worked hard. She saw Long Chen's eyes were red. She laughed and stretched out her slender hands to gently wipe away Long Chen's tears. She smiled gently and said, "Look at you. You are not a child. Why are you crying?" Long Chen had never experienced such a feeling. He had a strong desire to express it. He fiercely hugged Lingxi. His expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want you to die. No matter what, no one can let you die." Lingxi's face was filled with happiness. She said, "Don't worry, I won't die." In her mind, the scene of the blood-red divine city man charging into the nine-colored mist without a care for his own safety kept replaying. She knew that Long Chen was such a person. However, he had a rebellious spirit. He would definitely kill the existence that caused his death. Only then would he follow her. The white jade platform completely disappeared. The various divine cities could no longer see each other. 8 people died in exchange for one person's survival. Even Martial God Ancient City, even Long Chen himself, did not feel lucky. Because this was a disaster. Who knew what was waiting for them in the future? This so-called battle of glory was far from over. Long Chen thoroughly hated some existence. He did not know who it was. But when he found out, he would definitely not let it go. Chapter 1849. The team continued to move forth. Lingxi's victory could also be considered as the Martial God Ancient City's victory. At this moment, practically everyone in the Martial God Ancient City no longer had any enmity for Long Chen. Their only grudge was the primordial Tao artifact. At this moment, they naturally didn't have the mood to worry about it. As the excitement in his heart calmed down, Long Chen had no choice but to discuss the next matter. Xueqi stood beside him and looked at the endless nine-colored mist before him. "Make a guess. What will the outcome of this battle of glory be?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "It's better if you tell me what you think." Xueqi nodded his head. "If this goes on endlessly, I'm afraid that there will be countless battles in a day. In roughly 10 days, out of the thousands of deities' bloodlines, 8 out of 9 will be eliminated. This cycle will continue endlessly, and after the first round, I'm afraid that only 4 or 5 will survive in the Martial God Ancient City. There's also a high chance of me dying, if my opponent is too strong." Long Chen pondered over his words. "You're saying that there's a second round?" Xueqi let out a cold laugh as he said, "Who knows? This sudden battle of glory has already exceeded all of our expectations. Then, why wouldn't there be something more exciting? After the first round ends, everyone will participate in a battle. In the end, only 200 to 300 people will be able to survive out of the thousands of people. At that time, they will continue to participate in another round. This cycle will repeat until, in the end, only one person will be able to survive. Thousands of people, and only one will survive." Xueqi had already imagined the most serious situation, but it wasn't impossible. When Su Tianyuan heard their conversation, he had a weird expression. "It can't be like this, right? This is the battlefield of the gods, the burial ground of our ancestors. Aren't we here to pay our respects to them?" If he hadn't experienced the previous matter, he would definitely speak with confidence. Xueqi said, "Continue dreaming. Who knows, the next one to die might be you, Su Tianyuan." He had suffered serious injuries in his battle with Long Chen. If he were to fight against a rebirth tribulation realm expert, his chances of winning were basically 0. However, this matter couldn't be blamed on Long Chen. Even if it was Xueqi, his chances of survival might not be higher than others. No one could see any hope in this bitter competition. They could not escape the danger of death. Everyone could only live in fear and despair. It was not just the people in the War God Ancient City, even those peak god cities were the same. The golden formation continued to move forward, but the martial god's silhouette remained indifferent. I wonder if Sister Xuanji is doing well, Lingxi suddenly said, making Long Chen worried again. That's right, under these cruel rules, he couldn't even see her. If she were to suddenly disappear, what would he do? That woman was like a piece of flesh on Long Chen's body, haunting him and causing him great pain. No matter how strong an expert was, he was still a joke in front of the rules. If he wanted to be above everything, he had to break the rules. Don't think too much about it. Perhaps it'll be over after one round. This is the burial ground of their ancestors, so it's just a test. They won't be forced to their deaths, comforted Lingxi. Let's hope so. Long Chen stood before the golden formation and clenched his fists. As time gradually passed, the third battle was about to begin. There were roughly 30 people in the war god ancient city, and one would go up every time. Aside from Lingxi, no one had survived. The tempo of the battles was swift. In the blink of an eye, 10 battles had already passed. The surrounding people died one after another. Those that were still alive before had all disappeared. Su Tianyuan went up. In the 5th battle, Su Tianyuan went up. He was the eldest brother of the Su family, but he cried and cursed at Long Chen. It was because of Long Chen that he was injured. In that battle, Su Tianyuan was the first to be eliminated. He was heavily injured and fell into the 9-colored mist, never to be heard from again. There were less than 20 people left in the war god ancient city's team. So far almost all of them had died. This was really a narrow escape from death. Not just the war god ancient city, the remaining less than 2,000 people had all collapsed. Everyone's faces were pale, and they squatted in the golden formation in panic. The 100 breaths of time was simply a death sentence. Although it was a battle of honor, no one would feel proud of the victor, they only envied his luck. Death had never stopped. Death was actually not scary. What was scary was waiting for death. The remaining 20 people seemed to be waiting, and no one was spared. What a headache. If there's a gap in the inheritance of our human race, then we will be facing the danger of extinction. Will this really happen? Will the 5 dragon cities not care? Could it be that the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants will disappear in history? Su Mu Chen suppressed the rage in his heart as he spoke in a solemn voice. Why? He faced the martial god's image, but the martial god's image did not give him an answer. He was so enraged that he wanted to smash the martial god's image, but everyone immediately cried out to stop him. That was the ancestor, and Su Mu Chen's action was definitely blasphemy. Even if it wasn't the ancestor, if he smashed the image and destroyed the spiritual array diagram, then everyone here would die. This time, the martial god's spiritual array diagram moved through the 9-colored mist once again. There were only 20 people left, and no one knew who would be the next one to fight. The only comforting and hopeful news was that up until now, those who had survived on the White Jade platform had yet to participate in the second round of battle. That 1 out of 9 chance of survival had become everyone's only goal. Up ahead, there was another White Jade platform. This time, the martial god ancient city was the last to arrive. Here, the teams of the 8 divine cities were already prepared for battle. When the martial god ancient city arrived on the White Jade platform, everyone swept their gazes out and felt despair. That's because their opponents this time were too terrifying. Clear Void City, Supreme Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Z-Way Divine City, and Darkness Divine City. There was a total of 9 teams, with 3 of the strongest cities in the central region. There was also the Z-Way Divine City in the east, which wasn't any weaker than the central region's divine cities, and the Darkness Divine City in the north. With the 5 supreme forces gathered together, the other 4 divine cities, like the martial god ancient city, might not stand a chance. Although the strength of each divine city didn't represent the strength of each individual, the foundation of each divine city was different. Even if the disciples nurtured by them were of the same cultivation, their strength might not be the same. Generally speaking, the stronger the divine descendant city, the more terrifying the disciples would be. However, such a grand scene did not alarm Long Chen. That's because he saw the people from the Darkness Divine City at first glance. At this moment, his eyes were frantically searching for that beauty. Chen, Sister Xuanji is over there. Long Chen was too anxious, causing Lingxi to notice Li Xuanji first. Following her direction, Long Chen looked over and saw that the woman was also searching for him. Her eyes were red and incomparably anxious, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Long Chen rarely saw her cry. At this moment, seeing her for the first time, the throbbing of his soul made him feel suffocated. Only when he confirmed that she was alive and well did he finally heave a sigh of relief. It was as if the boulder on his body had dissipated. For this result, he almost went crazy. Fortunately, she was fine. And she was probably worried about him to the same extent. The battle had not started yet. The Darkness Divine City was relatively close. Li Xuanji anxiously approached and asked, "You guys haven't gone up yet?" Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and smiled. "I haven't, but Xueqi succeeded. What about you?" Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Li Xuanji said, "I also succeeded. I know you will be worried, so..." Long Chen knew that although he was not by her side, the amount of effort she had put in at that time was probably similar to Lingxi's. They were both people who had risked their lives for him. Li Xuanji continued, "I'm only worried about Xueqi. You will definitely be fine, right? Don't worry about me. I'm basically fine on my side." Saying this was also to reassure Long Chen. These two women trusted him so much. This was also his blessing. I'm fine," Long Chen said resolutely. They had already passed the first round, and the rest was up to him. Although he did not know if there would be a second round, at least he did not have to be so worried for a period of time. The battle was about to start. Just as Long Chen and Li Xuanji were conversing, an elegant young man in a green robe landed quietly in the middle of Qingshu Divine City. Reincarnation Tribulation Stage. Every time a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage expert appeared, it meant that the next one would be a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage. Su Mukin, Long Chen, and the rest instantly tensed up, since a powerful force was about to descend. In the other cities, there were also Reincarnation Tribulation Stage cultivators going up. Li Xuanji was currently talking to Long Chen. Behind her, a black-clothed youth was also brought up. He was also a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage cultivator. Finally, it was the turn of the martial god Ancient City. Long Chen held his breath. There were a total of 5 people with the combat power of the Samsara Tribulation Realm, and he was one of them. Would it be his turn to choose one of the 5? Bas! A surge of energy vibrated in his ears. Long Chen did not mind it, since he had to come anyway. But this time, his opponents were a little too powerful. Those from powerful cities were hard to deal with. His luck had never been good. Just as he had expected, he was thrown onto the platform by a huge force. The 2 women who loved him exclaimed as they covered their mouths. However, it was unavoidable. Chapter 1850. Gosh, this is the strongest lineup. The hundreds of onlookers sighed in disbelief. To be able to reach the rebirth realm at such a young age, they were all absolute geniuses. Those from the powerful divine cities were even more outstanding. However, so many geniuses had ascended the White Jade platform at the same time, and in the end, only one could survive. To put it bluntly, this was a reckless waste of resources. The only one who stood out was Long Chen. That was because he was the only one who was not at the rebirth realm. He was just a warrior who had just passed the door of life and death. In front of a group of rebirth realm youths, he looked a little shabby. Those from Qingshu Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, Ziwei Divine City, and Darkness Divine City were all famous existences. They were very famous at a young age, and each of them had amazing battle prowess. Some were even at the late-stage rebirth realm. The people from the various super divine cities were all guessing who the final victor would be. Although this battle was tragic, it could not hide the fact that everyone was chasing after the geniuses and experts. A battle between the strong, no matter where it was, would always be very interesting to watch. This round of battle almost suffocated everyone. No matter how much despair they felt, they were still watching carefully. They even started to cheer for the martial artists of their respective divine cities. Only after this battle did the so-called Battle of Glory begin to look like it was. The 9 warriors seemed to be fighting with all their might for the glory of their respective divine cities. Hot blood. Passion. However, to Long Chen, martial god Ancient City had nothing to do with him. He only wanted his own survival. Even Lingxi and Li Xuanji could fight with all their might. As a man, as their pillar of support, he could not fall. Before the battle began, Long Chen had already displayed extraordinary battle qualities. It was not very convenient to transform into a dragon here, but the god-slaying sword already had 99 Dao patterns. At this moment, he gripped both swords tightly. Although he did not move, and although he looked the weakest, he still released a shocking killing intent. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. At the beginning, Long Chen was completely ignored by the crowd. Only the people from Martial God Ancient City and the two absolute beauties stared at him unblinkingly. They could not wait to follow him. 100 breaths of time. No one could stop the flow of time. Not even Long Chen, who was proficient in the Tao of Time. He gripped his two swords, one at the front and one at the back. At this moment, he had become a ferocious beast in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Although he was one of the 9 survivors, he was calmer than anyone else. The moment the numbers started to change, everyone moved. The people of the 9 great divine cities were originally not in one place. In order to save time, they all rushed towards the center. Don't go! At this critical moment, a black silhouette shot toward him from the side. Long Chen turned his head and saw that it was the fellow from the Darkness God City. This was a dark-skinned man whose entire body was shrouded in darkness. He had the same temperament as Li Xuanji, cold and mysterious. However, there was a trace of terrifying killing intent in him. It was possible that he was prepared to act against Long Chen from the start. Firstly, it was because Long Chen was the only one who couldn't be reincarnated. Secondly, it probably had something to do with Li Xuanji. He shouted to stop Long Chen from advancing. He rushed over at an extraordinary speed. In his hands, over 100 black blades shot out, forming a blade net that attacked with the force of a thunderbolt. You have a good relationship with our little saint, the dark-skinned youth said coldly. As he spoke, he unleashed his killer move. Over 100 blades suddenly expanded their range. Black divine characters filled the air, forming a forbidden zone that enveloped Long Chen. Darkness filled the air, and fog rose. In a short period of time, the majority of people's vision was stolen, and Long Chen was completely trapped within it. Let's start with you. In any case, only one person could survive. If he didn't kill Long Chen, others would. Hence, he mercilessly rushed over. He thought that Li Xuanji would be anxious and hate him. However, he didn't expect that the cold woman only revealed a cold smile. That was a mocking smile. The dark-skinned youth was hidden in the darkness. He controlled over 100 blades and appeared in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Let's tear you apart. He laughed as he attacked. Any expert in the Samsara realm could probably topple a towering mountain with a single move, and a mountain from the Eternal God realm no less. However, that man was terrifyingly calm. In that moment of life and death, he slowly raised a sword and pointed it at the dark-skinned youth. Eternal moment. The darkness dissipated, and everyone could clearly see that over 100 black blades with divine characters had stopped in front of Long Chen, unmoving. Even the dark-skinned youth couldn't move. He stared at Long Chen with a terrified expression. Go in peace. Long Chen swung his sword, and the dark-skinned youth's head flew into the air. It rolled a few times on the ground, then fell off the white jade platform. As he screamed, it completely disappeared. His headless corpse also fell into the deep hole formed by the white jade platform. This was the first person to die. Long Chen's battle didn't attract the attention of the other 7. After all, they were still in the midst of a bitter battle. However, it attracted everyone's attention, aside from the 7. That was because this was the first person to be eliminated. He dealt with a Samsara realm opponent so cleanly, and one that came from Darkness Deity City at that. Among them, the commotion from Darkness Deity City was the loudest. After all, the dark-skinned youth could be considered an expert in Darkness Deity City. Although he wasn't from the ancestral family, he was the strongest existence in the branch family. He had many achievements, and had once caused a huge commotion in Darkness Deity City. With the indefinite flying dagger, he was invincible. But now, he was defeated in a single move. A huge commotion rose. The only ones that weren't surprised were the people from Martial God City. They had seen the battle between Long Chen and Sumu Chen, and they knew that Long Chen had a high chance of winning. The dark-skinned youth's combat strength was similar to Su Tianyuan's. The battle immediately turned into an even more intense state. For a moment, no one dealt with Long Chen. Long Chen looked over. These battles were unprecedentedly intense. The martial artist from Clear Void God City was incomparably valiant with 3 azure long swords. Upon closer inspection, the 3 azure long swords actually had a total of 80 Dao runes, comparable to the 8 major heavenly swords. The martial artist from Primordial God City was a barefooted burly man with red skin. When he used primordial power, he was incomparably mighty. The martial artist from Primordial God City was like a celestial emperor descending. Divine light was boundless, and he held a golden bell in his hand that could attack and defend. For a moment, no one could do anything to him. The one from Xueqi Divine City was a man in purple, wearing an embroidered robe. Purple energy came from the east, and every move he made was filled with righteous energy. There were also many Dao artifacts in his hands. This battle of experts fell into a stalemate. They all tactfully dealt with the less famous divine cities first. In the blink of an eye, there were only 80 breaths of time left. There were only 5 people left on the white jade platform. The 4 geniuses from super divine cities, and the other one was Long Chen. At this time, they all noticed Long Chen. No matter what, one of the remaining 5 people would benefit from not having an opponent. They would definitely not let Long Chen reap the benefits. Seeing that Long Chen looked weak, the youth from Clear Void God City with 3 azure longswords immediately rushed over and attacked with all his might. As for the other 3, the martial artists from Primordial God City and Primordial God City were fighting, while the martial artists from Xueqi Divine City were heading towards Long Chen. They were prepared to join forces with the martial artists from Clear Void God City to defeat Long Chen, and then determine the winner. The azure-robed man was the first to arrive. His entire body was covered in azure qi, and his Dao qi was majestic. 3 azure long swords were shrouded in mist and covered in runes. The azure-robed man's expression was cold. As soon as he arrived, he said, "Friend, 3 pure Dao swords, I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a strong attack. The 3 azure long swords in his hands slashed out. The 3 pure Dao swords were similar to the 8 great sky swords. The azure-robed man was at the late phase of the One Origin reincarnation realm, and his combat strength was comparable to Su Mu Chen before he entered the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, he had a Dao artifact with 80 Dao patterns. When he attacked, the 3 pure Dao swords tore through the heavens and earth, forming thousands of sword shadows. The primordial sword intent erupted, enveloping the surroundings on the white jade platform. The martial artists from Xueqi Divine City deliberately slowed down, hoping that Long Chen could consume some of the azure-robed man's combat strength. "Qing Hong, you must be careful. Your opponent killed someone from Dark God City with a single sword strike." In Clear Void God City, someone anxiously reminded. They had all seen it with their own eyes. Hearing this, the azure-robed man knew that he had hit an iron plate. This was his own choice, and there was no benefit in retreating at this time. He could only brace himself and fight. The 3 pure Dao swords converged into one, condensing into a huge sword. Under the control of the azure-robed man, it pierced towards Long Chen. Profound pure sword strike. The huge green sword slashed over valiantly. In the face of such a heavy blow, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He didn't move, but once he did, he shocked everyone. He carried the Lingxi sword on his back and suddenly rushed forward, activating the god-slaying art. A black shadow rapidly burst out, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the huge green sword. A grey sword chi extended from the head of the huge green sword to the hilt, and then suddenly split apart. Rip! With a loud sound, the huge green sword exploded. The 3 pure Dao swords were shattered into green fragments that scattered into the air. This long sword simply scared the hell out of everyone. Only now did they notice Long Chen's god-slaying sword. That long sword that seemed to be filled with killing intent was actually so terrifying. Even the 3 pure Dao swords with 80 Dao patterns were destroyed. There were only 70 breaths of time left. The martial artists from Xueqi Divine City stopped, their eyes filled with shock. As for the azure-robed man, he almost went crazy when he saw the 3 pure Dao swords being destroyed. However, he was even more terrifying. He was a proud son of heaven in Clear Void God City, and this was the first time he met someone who could make him collapse like this. The 3 pure Dao swords were his proudest weapon, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed so easily. Would he still be alive? In the next instant, Long Chen rushed forward again. The azure-robed man hurriedly resisted, but at this moment, Long Chen disappeared in front of them. The time dragon made him the ruler of this white jade platform. You are too slow. A black long sword stabbed out from the back of the azure-robed man. Everyone realized how terrifying Long Chen was. Chapter 1851. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen's Lingxi sword left a wound on the clear void divine city warrior's body. The Lingxi sword's damage to the physical body would quickly recover, but the damage to the primordial spirit made the clear void divine city warrior kneel on the ground and cry out in pain. No matter what kind of primordial spirit it was, as long as the Lingxi sword touched it, it would cause damage. This sword was also the strangest weapon that Long Chen had ever seen without any Dao patterns. Even until now, he had not been able to decipher the secret of the Lingxi sword. After he succeeded, he quickly disappeared, and no one could find him again. The remaining 3 warriors were almost going crazy as they watched in a daze. An injury to the primordial spirit was still an injury. Although the clear void divine city warrior's physical body was almost unharmed, the injury to the primordial spirit made him temporarily lose the ability to fight. Under such circumstances, he was directly determined to have been defeated. Under his feet, a hole appeared out of thin air on the white jade platform and sucked him down, causing him to be engulfed by the 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, a late-stage 1 essence reincarnation tribulation realm warrior had been defeated. Hundreds of people finally broke into an uproar. This youth's strength could be said to be beyond their imagination, and he had broken through the limits of their expectations time and time again. Now there was no trace of him on the white jade platform. Time was rapidly shrinking. Let's stick together. Don't let him sneak an attack, the Ziwei Divine City warrior said hurriedly. The martial artist from Ziwei Divine City quickly said. If the 3 of them gathered together, it would indeed be very difficult for Long Chen to defeat the 3 of them. At this moment, a blood-colored shadow rapidly appeared in the sky. Long Chen mobilized the power of the 99 Dao pattern god-slaying sword, and it descended from the sky. Thousands of immemorial massacre runes rose from the god-slaying sword and gathered to form a blood-colored divine dragon that circled around the sword. The god-slaying sword slashed down from the sky, and instantly, a blood-colored wave surged. The massacre Dao that Long Chen had researched for a long time complemented the god-slaying sword perfectly. When the sword slashed down, its power was boundless. Hiss! The blood-colored sword Qi raged and instantly appeared in front of the Ziwei Divine City martial artist. That martial artist was taken aback and his body tensed up. He had already activated God Blood Boil and a large amount of purple Qi was formed from his body, condensing into a purple sun in front of him. For a moment, the entire white jade platform was engulfed in purple light. This light was undoubtedly scorching hot, like flames. This purple blazing sun was like a miniature version of the blazing sun in the sky. When the warrior swung it at the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, it immediately felt like the sun was falling and smashing towards him. This move was powerful, but to the current Long Chen, it was not terrifying. He lowered the god-slaying sword, and the heaven-slaughtering blood sword's edge fiercely slashed the purple sun. The sword went all the way, and the huge sun was directly split into 2 halves by Long Chen. The power of the heaven-slaughtering blood sword erupted, and the warrior from Ziwei Divine City was sent flying. He fell off the white jade platform and disappeared. The purple sun disappeared, and the only thing left was his echoing screams. There was only one chance to live. Who would be willing to die? No one had any hatred for anyone. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the creator of this game. There were only 2 warriors left. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He used Time Roaming Dragon and attacked again. There was not much time left. He could not let Lingxi and the others worry too much. The 2 martial artists had witnessed Long Chen's strength and had almost given up all hope in their hearts. At this critical juncture, they joined forces to attack Long Chen. The barefooted man from Primordial Divine City had a berserk physical body. He was like a primordial ancestor, and his combat strength was extraordinary. The young man from Primordial Divine City suppressed Long Chen with a golden bell. There were a total of 40 breaths of time left. Long Chen no longer hesitated. He directly used God-slaying art. The God-slaying sword swept past the 2 with terrifying speed and killing intent, killing them. Ever since the God-slaying sword reached 99 Dao patterns, its attack power had increased again. Even the Golden Bell Dao artifact was directly broken by Long Chen. In the end, The two of them settled it. The only man standing proudly on the white jade platform became the object of everyone's shock. The moment the white jade platform dissipated, everyone looked at him in a daze. Their hearts were filled with endless shock. Long Chen, surrounded by the golden light, had obtained his only chance of survival. He hurriedly looked in the direction of Dark Divine City. In that direction, Li Xuanji gradually disappeared into the nine-colored mist. However, her relaxed smile was so real that Long Chen understood that she was also proud of him. Under the protection of the golden light shield, Long Chen returned to the team in Martial God Ancient City. The remaining people in Martial God Ancient City, who were still alive, looked at him with more reverence. Long Chen could be considered to have heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed this trial that wasn't too difficult for him. However, what kind of challenge would he face next? That challenge would be even more difficult than this one, and even more terrifying. Long Chen didn't dare to think any further. If Lingxi and the others ended up, Lingxi stood beside him. She was wearing a snow-white dress and wrapped in orange chiffon. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Chen, life and death are determined by the heavens. If there is really no other way, little she has been able to accompany you for so long. I am already satisfied." "Don't be silly," Long Chen gently interrupted her. His eyes were still burning with the flames of battle. He looked into the distance and said, "I will not admit defeat until the last moment. No, even if it is the last moment, I will not admit defeat." When fate no longer gave him a path of survival, fighting was his only choice. Battle. In every battle, the ancient city of Martial God would communicate with the other forces and obtain some information. Generally speaking, at least until now, no one had participated in the second battle. However, everyone understood that these people were still here. Most likely, this battle of glory would not end until everyone had participated in the battle. Those that did not participate in the battle grew more and more fearful in their hearts. Many of them had already lost the will to live. Those that participated in the battle started to worry about the possibility of a second battle. Panic, regret, pain, all sorts of emotions filled the hearts of the crowd. As soon as they saw the nine-colored mist, they could not help but tremble. It was not only the Martial God Ancient City, it was the same for all the ancient cities. Even the Divine Emperor June City was no exception. Time passed in this cruel manner. Everyone's faces were pale as they waited for their fate to be announced. Xueqi was still fine, since he was confident. However, the others were in a miserable state. In the following battles, the Martial God Ancient City was practically annihilated. Only Xueqi managed to obtain the final victory, but it was still a thrilling battle. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the Martial God Ancient City. Su Jiuyo and the rest were all dead. This was normal, since the Martial God Ancient City was weak, to begin with. They only had roughly 30 people, to begin with. In such a battle, it was already pretty good for 3 to survive. Long Chen looked at those people wailing as they walked onto the battlefield. Many of them were killed at the start of the battle due to fear, before they could even display any of their strength. As more and more people walked onto the battlefield, the fear grew until everyone was in despair and quietly waited for death. Before death, their numbness was something that Long Chen couldn't understand. He was the kind of person that would risk his life to find an opportunity, even if he died. However, most of them had accepted their fate. In this game, they were numbly sacrificed and fell into the nine-colored mist. Xueqi was similar to Long Chen, so he won in the end. This was also related to his powerful strength. Even those of the One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation stage weren't his opponent. Every battle was a brutal slaughter. Long Chen had only heard of an accident once, and it wasn't something he had witnessed with his own eyes. It was during the battle with Emperor Rain. He was the future hope of the human race, and no one dared to make a move against him. Everyone fell in front of him, and he was the only one who didn't have to expend any effort to survive. In fact, everyone was prepared to die, because no matter what, they couldn't see any hope of survival. Du was at least a future deity, the hope of the human clan. Everyone could die, but not him. The number of people in each divine city was different. The Martial God Ancient City's 30 people were long gone. The other divine cities were still fighting, and the number of people in the later battles was less than 9. In the latter half of the battle, the Martial God Ancient City's array diagram kept dancing in the nine-colored mist and didn't come close to the white jade platform. The remaining 3 people had already wandered in the 9-colored mist for a day. In the end, the golden array diagram stopped. What's going on? The only disciple of the Su clan, Xueqi, asked nervously. The martial god ancient city probably ran out of people first, and the other divine cities are still fighting. I reckon that there will only be changes after everyone has experienced a battle, Longchen said calmly. At this moment, he was already prepared to risk his life. Perhaps he was safe, or perhaps he would face the most difficult battle and the most painful decision. Although the surroundings were still the same, and even quiet, Longchen could sense the storm that was about to come. Perhaps the real game, the real battle for glory, would begin next. The people in the later rounds are great. We don't have to choose one out of the 9. Perhaps there will be someone without an opponent, if he's the only one left. Xueqi's face was filled with envy. His previous battles were also extremely dangerous. Do you think it's over? Longchen asked as he looked into the distance. No, there's still the biggest battle. Xueqi confidently guessed. I think so too. Longchen did not have any expression on his face. Roughly a day later, all the battles should have ended. But at this moment, the golden array diagram moved once again. It was 3 times faster than before as it flew towards a direction. Not only the martial god ancient city, but the other teams of the 72 divine cities were also heading in that direction. Chapter 1852. The Golden Formation continued to advance. Clearly, it was not leading the 3 of them out of this predicament, but to another battlefield. As for what kind of battle awaited them next, no one knew, and no one knew how many of them would survive. To be able to survive the first battle and become the only survivors out of the 9, they were all extremely tenacious and outstanding people. Basically, their temperaments were very mature, but the previous battle and the merciless deaths had left a huge shadow in their hearts. Even after fighting so hard, they only managed to survive for a short while. Before danger descended, Longchen hugged the woman nestled in his arms tightly. His eyes burned, and his blood boiled in his heart, all for the sake of survival. Unintentionally entering this game of the gods could be considered extremely unfortunate. Most likely, those who survived in the end were the craziest people. If it was him, it would be fine, but he let the 2 girls in. Of course, he was also glad that Xiao Lang and the others had left first, or else with so many people sneaking in, the first person to die would have been Xueqi. The 72 formations began to gather in one place. Some of the formations were already empty, and it was common for the 72 god cities to be completely wiped out. This meant that there was a gap in the inheritance of this god city, and if new blood could not be brought in immediately, the god city's strength would immediately plummet. Boom. Longchen felt angry. At this moment, the golden formation crashed into a white jade platform. The 3 of them looked over in shock. Before them was a white jade platform that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a massive white jade island that floated within the endless 9-colored mist. The platform was extremely vast, and after a careful calculation, it was at least 100,000 meters in diameter. It was 10 times longer than ordinary white jade platforms, which meant that it was even larger. Such a huge white jade platform lay in front of Longchen and the others. On the white jade platform, white mist rose up, making it seem like a fairyland. It was as if there were gods dancing and playing music. The moving music made people feel intoxicated, and the singing and dancing made it seem like a peaceful scene. Listening to this peaceful music, everyone's hearts strangely calmed down. But very soon, most of them discovered each other. As far as the eye could see, Longchen saw at least a dozen formations already leaning against the white jade platform. Although there were many formations, because of the size of the platform, it did not seem crowded at all. Beside the war god ancient city, there were Black Moon Divine City, Hell Divine City, Ziwei Divine City, Hell Divine City, and so on. From the looks of it, almost all of the Divine City teams had already arrived on the white jade platform. There were only a few people on each diagram, and these people were the victors of the first round of battles. Longchen roughly estimated that there should be a total of 300 people. 300 was already a lot. In fact, in many battles, when the countdown ended, no one could win. In those situations, 9 people would fall into the 9-colored fog. The ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants gathered next to the white jade platform. As time passed, more and more diagrams arrived and landed on the white jade platform. What were the rules of this battle? Did it mean that everything would be over after this battle? How many people would survive in the end? Everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety and unease. Long Chen continued to search for Darkness Deity City amongst the countless god cities. It was a pity that the platform was simply too big, and he was unable to find Darkness Deity City. It was possible that Darkness Deity City was on the opposite side of Long Chen, but if that was the case, it was simply too far away. In Long Chen's eyes, it was not even as big as an ant. How could he easily find it? What should I do? I can't see Sister Xuanji. Lingxi was also looking around, her pearl-like eyes filled with a trace of worry. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was still a new God City array diagram resting on the white jade platform. After approximately 15 minutes, Long Chen had a rough estimate of Darkness God City's position. Among the 72 God City teams, he could clearly see close to 60 of them. Darkness God City was definitely right in front of him. She should be looking for me at this time. Long Chen had no other goals. He only wanted Lingxi and Li Xuanji to live well. If anything happened to either of them, he would not be able to forgive himself. At that moment, all the teams from the divine cities had arrived. There were less than 300 people left. The survivors from the various divine cities were anxiously communicating with the people nearby. Do you guys know what's going to happen next? I don't know. Who knows? They're all dead, all dead. Our divine cities are all dead. My big brother and big sister are all dead. Me too. What's going to happen next? Will there be so many people, and only one person will survive? Oh my God, what is this? It's too terrifying. As everyone conversed, the atmosphere became gloomy. No matter how beautiful the heavenly music on the white jade platform was, it could not erase the shadow of death in everyone's eyes. The people who came here didn't know what would happen next. Everyone's heart was beating normally, as if there were countless giant beasts of death staring at them covetously, wanting to drag them into the abyss of death. Just like that, time passed quietly. The longer it went on, the more afraid everyone became, and the more miserable the atmosphere became. Hundreds of people could only comfort each other. Everyone, don't worry. We've already won once. Everyone will be able to survive. I believe in that. That's right, our ancestors only wanted to select the strongest people with the most potential. Now that we've been selected, it's time for us to receive our rewards. Once we receive our rewards, we will definitely be able to bring prosperity to our respective divine cities. That's right, no matter where everyone comes from, we have to be strong. We can't let our ancestors laugh at us. We've even survived a battle with a slim chance of survival. Now that we're here, if we continue to be so timid, aren't we afraid of being laughed at by the gods? Although many people were saying such words to boost their courage, there was probably no one who was truly encouraged. In fact, they were already cursing in their hearts. What kind of game was this? What kind of battle of glory was this? This was a battle of death, wasn't it? In the face of this disaster, even the people from the Central Divine City, Tai-E Divine City, and Primordial Divine City were in fear. Diyu, who stood out the most in everyone's eyes, was not as tenacious as they had imagined. At this moment, he was hiding behind a man from the Divine City of Dijun, trembling as he stared at the white jade platform. Brother, will I die? Diyu's face was pale. That valiant man was a very famous warrior from the Divine City of Dijun. His name was Di Feng, and he had already reached the Yin and Yang Samsara Tribulation realm 10 years ago. He said calmly, even if everyone here dies, you won't. You are the hope of our human clan. Everyone will protect you and keep you alive. Trust me. Diyu nodded, trembling, and said, all right, I trust you. Di Feng frowned slightly, and said, bring out your courage and heroism. Don't let others see you as a joke. You were so awe-inspiring at the Dusk Divine Bay. Although death is terrifying, you are a future god. Don't be unable to bear this little calamity. Diyu shook his head, trying his best not to think about it. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Give me another half a year, and I will definitely break through 2 more layers and reach the 3-power Samsara Tribulation realm. I was so close. I was just about to devour the ultimate mystical dragon's inheritance, but something like this happened. Damn it, I was so close. Di Feng said, that's how life is. Our entire clan has high hopes for you, and we hope that you can surpass the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Your temperament is still a little lacking. Of course, you are only 20 years old, too young. You will probably be able to stand on your own in the future. Du said, "All right, I will definitely be able to do it. Isn't it just the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Is that guy really that powerful? Every time he sees someone, he will be compared to me. How boring. I will definitely surpass him in less than 100 years." Di Feng swept his gaze over the many experts, and he did not say a word. Everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen next. Nervousness, anxiety, fear, despair, and all sorts of other emotions filled their hearts. There's a new game. I guess it's about time to announce it, Longchen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking about this, in everyone's mind, that mechanical voice once again rang out in everyone's mind. The scene of singing and dancing on the white jade platform suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a chaotic battle between the gods. The celestial music also changed in an instant, becoming a war song filled with killing intent. The voice continued, "To be able to come here means that you have already gone through the trials of death, and have not been eliminated." At this point, the voice stopped. Everyone was extremely nervous, but they did not hear the next sentence. After about 10 breaths of time, the next sentence was heard. The voice continued, "At this moment, the game has truly begun. The young warriors from the various divine cities have already prepared for the final battle. This is the true battle of glory. You all represent the glory and dignity of the gods. Your victory is very important to the gods, and each of you carries the high hopes of those high and mighty existences." The voice stopped again, but the hearts of the crowd were beating even faster. Many people's faces became even paler, and they became even more nervous, their bodies trembling. After another 10 breaths of time, the voice continued, "Remember the glory of your ancestors. You must shed your blood for this, because they gave you everything, including your bodies and souls. You must not have your own thoughts. You all belong to them." This clear voice spoke a lot more than before. Finally, it reached the main point. Chapter 1853. The last sentence caused everyone present to panic. The words they were most afraid to hear still came true. Everyone was eager to not participate in that kind of battle with only a slim chance of survival, but the more afraid they were, the more likely it was to appear. There were nearly 300 people present, but only 3 people could get the final reward. Didn't that mean that everyone else had to die and be eliminated? The 9-colored mist was something that devoured people without spitting out their bones. When they thought that they were almost 100% dead, almost everyone collapsed. From nearly 300 people, getting 3 places to live was almost a 1 in 100 chance of survival. This probability was almost 0. The battle had not even begun, but many people already knew their ending. Especially, the rules of the game was a battle royale between 300 people. If that was the case, then it would be an absolute nightmare for any warrior who was not in the reincarnation tribulation realm. Because in this chaotic battle, the final 3 victors would be the strongest. Even ordinary warriors in the reincarnation tribulation realm would have no chance of survival. Even Long Chen himself sucked in a breath of cold air. The price was really too high. Who would do this? Did they want to destroy the inheritance of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants? The so-called reward was no longer so important, because most people knew that there was absolutely no luck to speak of in this battle. If their strength was not in the top 3, they would basically die without exception. I am not convinced. Why do we have to participate in this kind of battle? I am not convinced. Ancestor, our ancestor would never let us die in vain. Who are you? Where did you come from? Our human race's powerhouses will come soon and exterminate you. After hearing the rules, one of the strong martial artists from the Ironstone Divine City roared unwillingly. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down from the 9-colored mist, instantly shredding this Samsara Tribulation Realm martial artist into thousands of pieces, turning him into powder and dissipating completely. A good person was gone just like that. Those who had great resentment in their hearts were dumbfounded, no longer daring to speak. They just trembled violently, and some even lost control of their bowels, wailing loudly. Even though they had experienced a narrow escape from death, they were not prepared to die. Long Chen's fingernails had already sunk into his palms. Living under someone else's control was not a good feeling. After coming to the battlefield of the gods, he discovered that there were more and more secrets in this world. Just who was this person who ruled over everything? A chance for the three of them to survive. Long Chen didn't want Lingxi or Li Xuanji to die, but he couldn't die either. Therefore he occupied 3 places. But was it possible? There were countless experts present, and even Xueqi couldn't defeat Long Chen. Moreover, there were many warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm from the super-divine city in the central region. How could he compete with them? Moreover, he had to bring 2 women with him. An unprecedented pressure descended on Long Chen's head. It should be descending on everyone's head. This was no longer bad news, but a disaster. A disaster that no one could avoid. No matter how strong one was, he wasn't confident that he could survive the chaotic battle of 300 people and obtain the reward. In this bleak and anxious situation where almost everyone was in despair, the voice rang out again. He said, "Rules are rules. Honor is honor. Those who don't abide by the rules will end up like this. Only 3 people will obtain the final reward. In the battle of glory, anyone who uses a divine nation or any other treasure to hide themselves will end up the same as this person." This sentence made everyone cut off any improper thoughts, and also cut off the hope of Long Chen using the great virtual realm. This made the pressure in Long Chen's heart even greater. This was destined to be a hopeless battle. Everyone was walking in the darkness, and no one could see the light. Even Xueqi's face was pale. He said, "I don't want to die." The problem was, who wanted to die? The announcer occupied an absolute high point, controlling everyone and displaying many godlike methods. Did he really exist, or was he controlling everything from a faraway place, or was he something left behind by someone before him, something that had already been set up by others? No one cared. Everyone just wanted to know how to survive. At this moment, the heavenly music on the white jade platform had reached its climax. It was filled with killing intent. The cold mechanical voice rang out again. There are only 3 people, and each of them will obtain the true treasures bestowed by the gods. They will become the pinnacle of the human race in the future, and they will lead the human race to unparalleled glory. 3 treasures. Everyone could only listen numbly. To them, no treasures could compare to being alive. Only a few people were attracted by the words gods, treasures, to lead the human race, and glory. These words proved that the people who survived would definitely obtain great benefits. Sacrificing thousands of people for the sake of 3 people. How could the future of these 3 people not be good? More and more people began to be attracted by the 3 treasures. Their eyes were filled with tears as they listened in a daze. These 3 important treasures are all famous and terrifying treasures from the Age of Gods, which is also the primordial era. They will be bestowed upon you as rewards. Perhaps you will only be able to excavate part of their value with your current strength, but if you can use them fully, you will be able to dominate the world and look down on all heroes. The first item is the 5 ancient god corpses. These ancient god corpses are formed from the origin power of heaven and earth. They took millions of years to condense, and they contain boundless origin power. Each ancient god corpse contains a heavenly rule. If the wielder becomes a god, the 5 ancient god corpses will also become a god. The wielder can refine these 5 ancient god corpses. They are the corpses of gods, and the wielder's battle strength will increase. The ancient god corpses can absorb the origin power, and their battle strength will be comparable to the wielder's. The wielder can use the primordial divinity separation art to control the 5 ancient god corpses and transform them into their own bodies. As long as the clones don't die, their primordial divinities won't be destroyed. They are comparable to 5 lives. As soon as the first item was announced, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide, and even though they didn't stand a chance, they still looked envious and greedy. Long Chen was just as shocked. Cloning techniques were common knowledge in the eternal god domain, and even Grand Emperor Zhenwu had them. However, cloning techniques didn't last long, and didn't have the same battle strength as one's true body. They could only be used a few times. There were also cloning battle techniques, but they were limited by the level of the technique. Once the wielder was too strong, the technique wouldn't work. There were also clones that used the Tao of heaven and earth to create clones. Feng Zhilin was well versed in that Tao, and the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers were one such technique. As for the 5 corpses of the ancient gods that had been condensed from the source energy of the world for millions of years, they could be refined into true outer body incarnations, allowing the owner to have 5 new bodies. These outer body incarnations would automatically absorb the source energy of heaven and earth according to their owner's realm and strength to strengthen themselves. With 5 copies of themselves fighting alongside the owner, the power of their attacks could be imagined. Furthermore, the potential of these 5 ancient gods' corpses was limitless. Even if the owner eventually became a god, the ancient gods' corpses could also become gods. Even if the owner died, he could rely on the ancient gods' corpses to survive. I've heard of the ancient god's corpse, and it's indeed a divine object. I never thought that it would appear in this situation. Rumor has it that the ancient god's corpse contains a heavenly Tao, separated into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the wielder doesn't have the Tao seals, he can use the ancient god's corpse to unleash the attacks of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, there are countless innate Tao arts and divine abilities hidden within the ancient god's corpse. I'm afraid that the wielder will be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Xueqi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Amongst the people present, there were many that did the same thing as him. On one side was death, and on the other was a peerless treasure that could command the world in the future and might even be able to become a god in the end. Everyone knew which choice to make. Even those that had given up and were prepared to seek death had their eyes blazing with their hearts boiling. Although the ancient god's corpse had such a name, it wasn't the corpse of a deity, but a divine object of origin. Everything in the world was ultimately formed from the 5 most fundamental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the reincarnation tribulation stage, the 5 elements tribulation corresponded to the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation stage, which corresponded to the 5 origins. This was the first treasure. After the introduction, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The voice continued, "You might not have heard of the second type of godly item, but its value is no less than the corpse of an ancient god. We call it the Immortal Lord Realm Techniques. The Immortal Lord Realm Techniques originate from the outer world and are not from the dragon sacrificial continent. They originate from another cultivation system and contain the top talisman techniques, boundaries, curses, restrictions, and formations of a certain world. If you can comprehend them, you will definitely become an unparalleled master. You will be able to dominate the world with your unique techniques, and no one will not fear you. You will be able to kill enemies thousands of miles away, set up heaven-defying spirit designs, and kill people 10 times stronger than you." In ancient times, there were people who used the Immortal Lord Realm Techniques to create carnage. Immortal Lord Realm Techniques and Immortal Lord Realm Techniques were both peerless treasures. Any one of them would make everyone present go crazy, especially those experts that had already reached the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm. They were all people that had hopes of obtaining the final victory. Therefore, at this moment, their hearts were in turmoil, and they almost roared in anger. Oh my God! These 2 treasures would definitely make even the city lords of the Emperor June Immortal City go crazy. The appearance of these treasures would definitely shake the world. Of course, this was only the first 2 treasures. The last one had yet to be revealed. Everyone was looking forward to the 3rd treasure. Although the 3 treasures were about the same, the last one to be announced always made everyone look forward to it, as though it was prepared for them. Seeing the desire in these people's eyes getting stronger and stronger, to the point that they had already forgotten about death, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Desire could turn people into demons. Although these treasures were terrifyingly precious, what he wanted more was to live on. Chapter 1854. In the blink of an eye, the voice announced the last divine object. He said, "The last divine item is called the Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, created by the gods themselves. This is the first time it has appeared in the world. The effect of the Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid is quite simple. Every time one consumes the first drop of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, they will be able to safely pass a reincarnation tribulation. Furthermore, they will be able to make full use of the reincarnation force during the reincarnation tribulation to reforge themselves. It is a shortcut on the path to becoming a god. The holder of it will be able to avoid the pain of the reincarnation tribulation, but will be able to obtain 3 times the benefits of others. There are a total of 9 drops of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, each with different effects, corresponding to the final 9 palaces tribulation. 1 bottle of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid can create a 9 palaces reincarnation tribulation realm expert, almost becoming a god. This time, the commotion was the loudest. Everyone was about to go crazy. They had originally thought that the rewards would only be ordinary rewards, but every single one of them was a supreme peerless treasure. It was enough to cause a commotion, causing countless people to go crazy, their eyes red, and their jealousy. Although the three treasures were about the same, among them, the effects of the blessed spiritual liquid were the most maddening. Among the three treasures, the ancient god's corpse could only temporarily possess the same combat power as the original owner. If the person's potential was ordinary, the 5 clones could only allow the person to dominate the same level. Whether or not the clones could be as useful as the 5 gods depended on the person. The stronger the person who obtained the ancient god's corpse, the greater the benefits. Immortal Lord Realm techniques went without saying. Although the content was vast, the killing power was terrifying and bizarre, and there were many mystical techniques, it still depended on the ability and perception of the user. If one's own perception was not up to par with the Immortal Lord Realm techniques, then it would be useless even if one obtained the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. Only the divine blessed spiritual liquid could be used by anyone. For everyone, the only thing stopping them from becoming a god was the samsara tribulation. Many people could become a god if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, the samsara tribulation was stopping them. Most people would die during the samsara tribulation, on the path to becoming a god. However, it could be said that the blessed spiritual liquid provided a shortcut for martial artists to become gods. No matter how low one's talent was, they could sit back and wait for the 1,000-year time limit to arrive. At that time, as long as they consumed the blessed spiritual liquid, they could easily pass the samsara tribulations, perfectly grasp the next level of power, and finally become a super expert who had passed the 9 stages of samsara tribulations. Experts of this level might not even exist in the 5 great dragon cities like Long Qinglan. Ancient God's Corpse, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Divine Blessed Spiritual Liquid. Hundreds of people were shouting these names in a frenzy. They were restlessly pacing back and forth on the formation map, running back and forth. Most of them were already blinded by it. The hundreds were of chaos of their eyes. Then, I'll give you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the chaotic battle will begin, and only those who remain on the platform will be able to obtain the supreme treasures. The time limit this time is 1,000 breaths of time. Originally, there were only 9 people. Now the number of people had increased by 30 times, but the time they had was only increased by 10 times. This meant that this battle would be extremely difficult. There were originally 9 people. The number had increased by 30, but the time limit had only increased by 10. This meant that the battle this time would be extremely difficult. If you do not finish in 1,000 breaths, then everyone will be eliminated. No one can dream of obtaining these 3 treasures. What was left behind in the 72 formation diagrams were restless people. Long Chen could clearly feel that even Su Mu Chen, who was beside him, was breathing rapidly. When faced with the choice of becoming a deity or dying, no matter who it was, they would give everything they had to live. When the voice ended, the surroundings suddenly became strangely calm. They looked at each other. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all enemies. A deadly hostility was born among the crowd. Su Mu Chen suddenly said, "Long Chen, how about we team up? The 3 of us will fight for a chance to survive." His strength was already at the top. The only person he could team up with was Long Chen. If the 2 super mystical dragons teamed up, they might have a chance. But to Long Chen, he had more than one woman by his side. After a brief silence, he shook his head. "It's a pity. You should know that I have a good relationship with the little Saint Lord of the Darkness Divine City. I have to protect her." Along with Li Xuanji, Long Chen could only abandon Su Mu Chen. Su Mu Chen was a little stunned as he said, "I'm afraid that they are the obsessions in your heart. Since you can't give up on any of them, then do as you please. I won't say any more blows to your confidence. You know clearly in your heart that the chances of you succeeding in what you want to do are basically 0. There were only 3 quotas left. Many experts were struggling for their lives and glory. Who would allow Long Chen to live with 2 weak girls? Su Mu Chen had said that it was impossible. If anyone knew Long Chen's true thoughts, they would probably laugh at him. But this was something that Long Chen had to abandon his life to accomplish. Pressure. Immense pressure. This pressure was almost unbearable. Ling Shi was crying. She didn't know how to comfort this man. She could only hold him tightly in her arms, treasuring these last quarter hour of peace. The test of life was about to arrive. This was an unprecedented test. Even when she faced the city lord of the wronged, she didn't feel such despair. He had to rely on his own strength to protect the two of them and survive through this mountain of blades and sea of flames. Just how much pressure would he have to endure? Ling Shi knew that this was definitely the time when Long Chen was struggling the most in his heart. In the end, he might have to give up one or two women, and it was even possible that he himself would die. Nearly 300 experts were charging towards the narrow escape route. Xueqi. Long Chen lowered his head. He seemed to be very calm. When the battle starts, I will bring you towards Xuanji. Our first mission is to find her and protect her. She is alone, and there are two of us. Do you want the three of us to die together? Ling Xi asked. Long Chen smiled and gently patted her face. Silly, we want to live. He said it lightly, but the flames erupting from his eyes revealed his incomparably strong desire to survive. He had already said it like this, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. I wish you luck, Sumyukan said helplessly. Although they were enemies, he acknowledged Long Chen. If not for the entanglement between them, they might have become good friends. You too. I wish you luck. Long Chen wished him well. But if they met on the battlefield, he wouldn't be so polite. The two men closed their eyes, savoring the silence before the storm. All of a sudden, someone spoke up. My fellow deities, I am Di Feng from the Di Jun Divine City. Everyone should have heard of my name before. I am the greatest hope of our human race, the elder brother of Di. At this moment, his words attracted everyone's attention. He continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. As everyone knows, he is the descendant of a deity with the purest blood in the last 1,000,000 years. He is known as the son of Di Jun and possesses 80% of Di Jun's divine blood. He has already reached the reincarnation realm of one origin, and in half a year's time, he will definitely enter the reincarnation realm of 3 talents. In 1,000 years, he will definitely become a top expert of the human race. In 10,000 years, he might even become a deity of the human race, a deity that has not appeared in tens of thousands of years. He is the only one here who is qualified to lead the human race to the peak. But today, we are facing a calamity. In the face of this disaster, only 3 people can survive. We are all descendants of deities, the mainstays of our human tribe. In the face of this disaster, Di Feng begs you to spare this young child and give him a chance to live, so that he can repay you and realize his value. I, Di Feng, am in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm. With my combat capability, I am at least in the top 5. If you can spare his life, I am willing to kill myself at the last moment, exchanging my life for his. Di Feng, I beg you all to grant me this wish. Di Feng's voice was filled with unparalleled determination as he said, You are right, Di Feng, the descendant of deities, the mainstay of our human tribe. As he finished speaking, the youth in light blue robes from the Di Jun Divine City knelt on the ground, kowtowing to everyone. Before Di appeared, Di Feng was the representative of the new generation of super geniuses in the Di Jun Divine City. He had broken countless records, and his talent was unparalleled. His peers were all inferior to him. He said that he could at least be in the top 5, but in truth, he was being too humble. In the eyes of everyone else, there was an 80% chance that he could even be ranked first. Only after Di's name was announced did everyone forget about Di Feng. It was rumored that he was an extremely courageous character. Now that they saw him, he was indeed extraordinary. He was willing to use his life to exchange for a chance for Di to live. After all, in terms of battle prowess, Di was still not in the top 20. Naturally, Di Feng could protect Di. It was just that he was afraid of being targeted by others. If a few experts of the same level attacked him, he might be fine, but Di would definitely die. He had always been known for his magnanimity in doing things. Only now, when he knelt down, did everyone wake up from the flames of desire. Everyone stared at the 2 brothers, their mouths dry. They didn't know what to say. These 2 were both heaven's chosen. Di carried too many halos. Before this, everyone was envious of him. They didn't even have the guts to be envious. Even now, they were envious from the bottom of their hearts. It was just that in the face of death, everyone was extremely conflicted. They couldn't help but ask themselves if they had the power to make this decision, would they let him go? At this time, the Yin-Yang Samsara Tribulation Realm expert from the Clear Void Divine City said, "An individual's life is a small matter, but the hope of the entire race is a big matter. I swear that I will definitely not act against DU. Everyone, please consider the bigger picture. Since we are all going to die anyway, why not leave a way out for the human race? Yes, after today's matter, the human race will definitely move. Their inheritance will be broken, and they will suffer heavy losses. The so-called 3 chances to live and the so-called treasures are all personal desires. I feel that it's not a problem to leave one of the 3 spots for DU. As for the others, let them fight for the last 2 spots. At least let him live, and our race will still have hope." In an instant, the strongest experts all agreed. Chapter 1855. Some people agreed to this request, while others didn't. Those who didn't agree weren't strong enough, so they didn't have much say. Therefore, their opinions weren't important to Di Feng. Di Feng was doing this for the sake of negotiating with the Reincarnation Realm experts, especially the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Realm experts. As long as they were willing to let DU live, the others couldn't do anything about it. Those who were more mature could still look at the bigger picture in this life and death situation. After all, DU's talent was too important to the human race. He was like the son of the top ancient god, Di Jun. How could he not be important? The 15 minutes were almost up. At this time, everyone held their breath, their eyes blazing as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Even the sound of one's heartbeat could be heard clearly here. Long Chen had already made his preparations. He had a rough estimate of where Li Xuanji was, and the moment it started, he would rush in that direction. Li Xuanji was smart. She definitely knew that Long Chen would look for her, so she wouldn't run around recklessly. The atmosphere became more and more tense, more and more urgent. It was like the beating of a drum getting more and more intense. Everyone was almost out of breath, and many people were about to go crazy. This was the longest 15 minutes, and also the most painful and torturous 15 minutes. In the end, the time was finally up. The battle had begun. The golden diagram beneath their feet suddenly released a huge force, flinging Long Chen and the other 2 towards the white jade platform. Fortunately, Long Chen was holding Lingxi's hand at all times, so they weren't separated by this force. The originally quiet scene exploded in an instant. Hundreds of people were flung to the edge of the white jade platform. Standing on this vast white land that had a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was still very vast. If not for the fact that they were almost like gods, it wouldn't be easy to see a single person. Given their abilities, they could easily reach within a kilometer. Buzz! In the next moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. An unprecedentedly terrifying chaotic battle was taking place here. The temptation of survival and supreme treasures urged them to fight to the death. Most people were trying to escape, hoping to get to the end of the battle. However, those experts would not let them do as they wished. Basically, the warriors above the Samsara Tribulation Realm seemed to have agreed to hunt down the warriors who were too young and too weak. For a moment, miserable screams, clamor, and explosions rang out incessantly. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand in one hand and held the god-slaying sword in the other. The 99 Dao pattern Dao artifact could be said to be the highest in the arena. He charged toward Li Xuanji at his fastest speed as though he had gone mad. Those who were blind enough to target him were severely injured by Long Chen in one move and eliminated in one move. There were no exceptions. At this juncture, morality and favors were a joke. Only by killing could he and the people around him survive. Long Chen knew that if he had the slightest bit of hesitation or distraction, he would lose something that was as important as his life. Therefore, he did not dare to do so. Lingxi was not idle either. She single-handedly controlled the 6 heaven swords and formed a sword formation, opening up a path for Long Chen. The might of the 8 major heaven swords was still rather terrifying. With Lingxi leading the way, Long Chen was much more relaxed. At the very least, when others saw the terrifying sword formation, they would be afraid and not dare to go near it. Long Chen charged toward Li Xuanji in a straight line. Soon. You have to hold on. The stubborn look of that girl appeared in his mind. She must be working hard to wait for his arrival. When the battle began, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. He was racing against time and was in a frenzy. Even those who were blind enough to stop him were sent flying with a single slash of his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions occurred in the surroundings, and the entire world was in chaos. The sounds of fighting could only be described as deafening. Looking up, countless people's eyes were blood-red, and they were shouting and howling madly. All of them had already turned into demons. Long Chen was one of these demons. This had nothing to do with human nature. It could only be said that the rules were too cruel. Everyone was an ant under the rules. At this juncture, no matter who it was as though they were in the middle of a stormy sea. No matter how the storm swept over them, there was nothing they could do. Long Chen's chest was filled with countless negative emotions. Anxiety, bloodthirst, madness. His god-slaying sword had never shown mercy. He did not know if he was right or wrong. He only knew that he was working hard to protect her. She could not die. In the process of advancing, Long Chen felt as though Li Xuanji's figure was everywhere. From the first time they met to the entanglement later on, every image of her was cold and gentle. Like the dark night, he felt endless peace from the bottom of his heart. She was so different. She was a woman who made Long Chen feel at ease. However, how was she now? The god-slaying sword swept past countless people, bringing about a large amount of blood. At this moment, he had become a peerless killing god. A distance of 100,000 meters was actually not difficult for Long Chen. The most troublesome thing was the obstruction on the original path. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the other side. Just as Long Chen approached the other side, 2 Rebirth Tribulation Realm warriors targeted him. Brother, his Dao artifact seems to be very powerful. It was blocked by his hand. I can't see how many Dao patterns it has. Kill him and snatch his Dao artifact. All right. These 2 people obviously came from the same divine city. They temporarily joined forces to kill others in the chaotic battle. Both of them were quite strong. One of them was even at the later stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm. One on the left and the other on the right. They turned into 2 black shadows and attacked Long Chen. They arrived instantly. Immortal Burying Prison. Lingxi was the first to discover one. 6 heavenly swords formed a hell made of sword qi and attacked the weaker warrior. Although her strength was not enough to deal with a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior, the Immortal Burying Prison was too strong. It was a very powerful connate Dao technique from the ethereal immortal sect. When she used it, she successfully blocked the warrior. He could not save for a short period of time. At this moment, Long Chen was already fighting with another warrior. One move. He only used one move to split the other party into 2. In this crazy state, Long Chen was almost invincible. When the warrior at the later stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm died in Long Chen's hands, everyone around him was frightened by his murderous aura. They fled in panic and did not even care about their lives. As for the other warrior who was surrounded by the Immortal Burying Prison, Long Chen could not be bothered to deal with him. The number in the center had now increased to more than 9,500. In just a short period of time, 50 breaths had passed. However, in fact, at least 50 people had been eliminated. Long Chen had eliminated a few people himself. It seemed like there were many people, but in fact, those who had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm were basically killed in an instant when they encountered someone at the reincarnation tribulation realm. The real troublesome battle was at the back, which was the battle between the experts. At this moment, Long Chen had already rushed to the opposite side. He held Lingxi's hand tightly and looked around the endless battlefield. He was anxiously looking for the figure of the beauty, hoping that she had not been drowned by the crowd. At this moment, he was even more nervous. Was she still alive? If she were to die just like that, would he go crazy? Boom, boom, boom. There was still the endless sound of fighting. Little Saint Lord. A man dressed in a black brocade robe. His hair was a meter long, and he exuded a noble aura. He stood there calmly, as if he did not fit in with the battlefield. His eyes were completely black, like the endless night sky, deeply intoxicating. He stretched out 4 slender fingers. Every part of his fingers was as noble as a prince. He placed his palm in front of Li Xuanji and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Give it to me." Li Xuanji looked at him coldly. She was like a mysterious black cat, and her eyes were cold. Perhaps because of her identity as a man, no one dared to approach her. Therefore, she was also out of place on the battlefield. Li Xuanji said, Yi Xiao, wishful thinking won't end well. This is what your mother told you to do, right? Do you know what will happen to you if word of this gets out? Yi Xiao smiled wickedly and said, but she told me that you have something left behind by the Dark Goddess. If I can get it, I will definitely become the successor of the Dark Goddess. As for you, in this game of the gods, you have no hope. That thing is no longer useful to you. Why don't you create me, the new successor of the Dark Divine City? Yi Zhao's mother was the Dark Divine City's Yi Yunxiu. After saying this, he walked towards Li Xuanji and said, you have wasted your time. You are so beautiful that even that child, Du, is infatuated with you. Are you waiting for him to save you? Let me tell you, he can't even protect himself, and he still needs his brother to exchange his life for his. You have no hope. Li Xuanji only smiled coldly. How could the other party know who she was waiting for? That man must be trying his best to come here. Li Xuanji also knew that he was 100,000 meters away, and it would take some time for him to kill his way here. Therefore he had to delay. Fortunately, this guy had set his eyes on her, and those thieves didn't dare to come close. That was why she had survived until now. She retreated step by step, and had already retreated to the edge of the white jade platform. What, you want to jump down? Yi Xiao looked at her with interest. Li Xuanji said, the so-called inheritor of darkness or whatnot is all made up by you people. I have nothing, and I can also tell you clearly that no matter what you obtain from me, you won't be able to obtain any increase in strength or status, but you will definitely be killed. Who's going to kill me? Yi Xiao saw that time was running out, and the battle was getting more and more intense. He had already lost his patience and was ready to take action. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.